Hello. Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second. So this might seem unusually vain from me, but I really need a haircut. My hair's been looking jacked up lately. I promised myself I would take care of it. It's a tiny bit before stream started. Broke my promise, but took care of it now. How's everybody doing tonight? Or today? Void Volpe Zod, Lugia Brian, Randomless, Booty Maxim Creature, Linge, Idris, Chancellor, Trep. I think that's everybody. Is anybody earlier? Diego, JB, Rand. Hey, what are you doing? This dog's always nibbling on something. I'm super paranoid now because I had a nightmare when I was this morning while I was sleeping that I watched my youngest nephew and he just would not stop attempting to put sharp shit into his mouth. I just have to watch him. It was so anxiety inducing. In a beanie and hoodie when he gets this part. Maybe he'll become a lot better then too. Yo, what's up, Nemo? I most definitely can wait for whatever he's about to say. But we got to get through it. I promised today would be a progress day, so hey, Johnny. It was not pleasant. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Not like he could get any worse. I wish I had Jack. I should have gotten some booze for today. But no, I have stuff I have to do tomorrow, and I should be responsible. And no, I don't need alcohol. This game does not cause me to need alcohol, I swear. You have to believe me. Just... okay. A little carbonation. Nothing makes me drink, because I'm not an alcoholic. I just drink, you know, when the mood strikes me. I don't feel like I need it to cope with anything. You know, when you're an adult, you don't need alcohol to cope with anything. This game is also not sponsored by Blue Ranch Doritos. Fuck Cool Ranch Doritos. Most overrated chip in existence. Yeah, they could just not have Ray say like much of anything. Worst hairdo I've ever seen? Heroes comes really close. So does Kaito's. Kaito and Hero would have like probably at least top 10 worst hairdos I've ever seen.
Congratulations!
Hey, dog. Oh, did you? And class rep? That's where I got my bot from, too. But you watched it, right? Yeah, I don't get what the need to make Ray a really unethical attorney here was. I don't. I guess. Well, I'm sure there were a lot of people that played this that didn't see a problem with this. They're wrong. From a professional standpoint, they are objectively wrong. From a moral standpoint, I understand completely. Bitch needs to get locked up. I agree with that. But this is a fantastic reason as to why I don't do criminal litigation. Unless it's, like I said, unless it's like a favor to somebody, like a friend. I cannot, if I know the person is guilty of a crime like this, I can't go out in court and be like, we're pleading not guilty, Your Honor. I would feel like Ray. That's why I just don't get involved with criminal felonies. Yeah, it's from the last episode of Evangelion. I mean, it is a big deal. I'm pretty sure not even in Japanese, the Japanese fucked up legal system would this be considered okay. This shouldn't be considered okay in any legal system. It's beyond prejudicial to the defendant. And if we're talking about a fair system, then that just can't happen. I saw there's something like that was suggested when I was setting up the Twitch points the other day. I think that's really interesting. We don't even have to do it in like a speed run either. It can be like, take a drink. If you say the word "the," in that sentence, I would take 2 drinks. Now you get fucked up. See, most speedrunners I've seen are the opposite. I guess that's because I usually watch the highest level runners, and they don't... Part of it is that they are really focused because they're trying to world record. Like, they're not there for our entertainment. They're there for their goal. But it's also because a lot of those people tend to be more awkward and just, like, not as good at interacting. But let's put it this way. The ones that I still watch, which aren't that many, because I just haven't been watching much speedrunning lately, because I don't have time to watch much of anything. They would all fall into that category of they tend to interact well. But yeah, the idea that it's not important is absolutely ridiculous. This is an integral part of the plot at this point. They need to solve. And they're making it so an attorney is actively advocating against his client. That's just stupid. There's no good writing in this. It's terrible. Ray is being written like an absolute fucking moron here. Now, I know not everybody will know that, because you might not understand the ins and outs of a defendant's rights or think that she should have rights, but remember, she hasn't been proven guilty yet. And until she is, she maintains those rights, and that is a fundamental principle in any civilized society, I would say. I say if you have a guilty until proven innocent thing, you're fucked up. You're fucked up. Celeste is a fun run to watch. Dave Stereo is one of the people I watch run, and I know he did Celeste for a while. He's mostly a Final Fantasy VII runner, though, so I don't know. What defense attorney would take this case? If you're a public defender, you get appointed the case. If you work for the public defender's office, you have to take the cases that your job gives you. Although, okay, let me go back for a second. First of all, she would not likely need a public defender. She likely makes too much money to have an attorney to be considered indigent to have a public defender appointed for her. I guess that depends on, some of the systems are a little different. So anyways, it's likely she would have her own private attorney. What attorney would take the case? Defense attorneys, I know you guys never see this. Defense attorneys work on a retainer. They don't do what fucking Phoenix does, which is not get paid until the end. If I'm taking a case like this, you are giving me thousands of dollars up front that goes into my trust, my firm's trust account, and then I charge the hours, and then I get paid from that amount. So if you're a defense attorney who you know, you're like, yeah, I'll take the case, you're gonna pay me, and I'm gonna tell you that your chances aren't gonna be very good, then yeah, you take the case. You're still gonna get paid. There's no reason not to. Unless you just don't feel like dealing with it. But I will tell you, people will deal with a lot for $250+ an hour that they get to charge people. So, to answer your question, most defense attorneys would take this case. You don't have to keep reposting your messages, Seth. I see your message. I just don't respond to every single one. Like, I think this world does distort a lot of people's opinions about the money involved in this. Most attorneys don't work criminal cases on like a contingency fee, which is basically what Phoenix does. It's never explicitly said, but that's what it seems like. The only cases that are really done consistently on a contingency fee are personal injury cases and civil rights cases. And in those cases, the idea is that the attorney will take a certain percentage of the settlement money. They generally would get, they get a lot of it. Not like most of it, but they get a, you know, a noticeable sum, noticeable percentage of those settlements. Otherwise, everything else either works on a flat fee, where they're getting paid up front, or a retainer fee, which gets paid up front. What do you mean of Phoenix's defense strategy? You mean throughout the entirety of all the other games? I'm not gonna really sit here and talk about that right now. That's not really relevant to what's going on. We were talking about money. That's the only reason I brought Phoenix into it. But see, I mean, that's part of the thing. You can't just put somebody on a case without consulting anybody. That's ridiculous. I mean, it seems like Francisca took the, like, it seems like she volunteered. That's the implication I got. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go into pros and cons of Phoenix's entire defense strategy from all the other games prior to this. That's a lot. There would be a lot that goes into that. Yeah, right? Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll make this stream just that, and then we'll talk about it. Because that's basically what I would have to do. Because I could go on fucking Phoenix's tactics forever. What do you mean in general? There aren't like specific words and terms for what Phoenix's general approach is. I guess that's what I don't understand that you're saying. Like, there isn't just a thing where it's like, well, Phoenix takes tends to take the Christoph Gambit approach. Like, that's not a thing. It's not like a chess game where different strategies are simple labeled. You go, ah, the Christoph Gambit. I understand. Probably, because I understand a lot more about the law than MatPat does. No matter how much research MatPat does about stuff in the professions like law or medical, he wouldn't be able to make as good of a video as those people. Because they just know more than he does. Because he would literally have to go to school and like experience it to know as much. That would be some dedication though, I'll tell you that. So I went to be a lawyer for 3 years. And this is the result of that hard work. Like, wow. So really it was 6 years, because 3 years of law school and then 3 years of being a lawyer just to make this one game theory video. Yo, what's up, Sam? People do Apollo's bracelet strategy in court. You don't need a bracelet to pay attention to somebody's tell. It also happens in poker games. I mean, Gavin only did something after something was done to him. So as a defense attorney, probably Christoph Gavin. Just don't fucking attack him. Forehead. Help me, Mia. Yeah, right. That's it. Thoughts and prayers. Well, we've seen something of Shields here. It's like the worst display of attorneying I've seen in this entire series so far. I must kill everyone. But yeah, I mean, you don't need a bracelet to pay attention to somebody's physical tells. It's not even really a superpower. I'll tell you, I've done that in poker a lot. And yeah, you pay attention to nervous tics that happen that might not have happened during a certain line of questioning or answering or whatever. If they ever talk about one specific topic, and each time they talk about that specific topic, they shift uncomfortably. But every other time, they're perfectly still. Yeah, I mean, we all do that to some degree. And I'm not complaining about how the game presents it. I think it's fine how the game presents it. In terms of as a mechanic, it's fun. to try to figure out where their ticks are or whatever. And it makes sense because that's something that actually happens. I think it's ridiculous to present it as some sort of superpower, because that everybody does it to some degree. Yes, yes it is. Osculating sweat pits. Oh. No, Trep. I mean, first of all, that's ridiculous to act like that's what's actually happening. Because the only way that it works out that way is if he were to be allowed to sit and stare at people in court with nothing being said, and the person has repeated the same testimony how many times? So let's not act like, oh, well, it really only happens if you have this situation. That's ridiculous. Some people do fake tells. You have to figure out which one's fake. Obviously, when it comes to testifying under oath, though, it's a lot more difficult to give a fake tell. So I even have to worry about that less when it comes to figuring that sort of thing out in litigation. Fair enough, Trep, fair enough. I just remember thinking, like, what's happening here? Just nobody's paying attention, like, we're just all sitting there in awkward silence? As I, like, look at that person up and down, and they're not like, I need an adult. It depends on the person, Seth. But I'll tell you that fake tells are almost... There's a way to tell when something is being forced versus when it's not being forced. It's something more involuntary. Timing is a big factor there. No, you can't ignore it. And that's what gets me crazy about this. Like, I'd love to just be like, yeah, Ray's a good guy, obviously, so this is fine. He's trying to do the right thing and making sure the person he knows murdered that victim should go to prison. But that's not how it works. That's not how a good legal system works. I should say it's not how balanced legal systems are. That's more appropriate description. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I guess I'll just say it again. If there's no murder weapon, you can't prove the defendant is guilty. Objection! Hey! Hey! Let's do it, everybody. What is your problem? What is your deal? I guess she got excited too.
Congratulations.
Yeah, she was surprised too. Were you just as surprised as I was? Were you just as surprised as I was?
Judgment lights up.
Right. If they want to say hi to you. Come on. Oh. It's been demanded that I hug you. It's from The Disastrous Life of Psyche K. Whenever this Chunibyo guy starts going off about being like this secret operative sent to destroy this secret underground organization, and he's always talking about his power that he has sealed within his hand, that he has like wrapped up, that song plays. So it's something for like when something hype is either starting to happen or is in the process of happening. I mean, it's anime, yeah, like Gundam. Dark Reunion, exactly. I think Zod knows. What are these Yeezys you speak of? Are there something that I should be owning? Hey, Final. Just because we don't have the murder weapon doesn't mean the defendant is innocent. It seems you wish to taste the sting of my whip. Ah! Mr. Attorney, this trial, how much longer will it take? Because it feels like it hasn't gone anywhere at all for a good while now. Sorry, but that stubborn prosecutor over there just doesn't seem to understand. This is like the happiest fucking song to happen during a fucking trial. It seems mildly inappropriate. Somebody asked me about some song. About Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. I don't know what that song is. So that's the quick answer to that. Until I am satisfied, this whip will lash out at you as many times as I see fit. Hey, good for Ray. Okay, Ray's sort of redeemed himself here, because he's taken the whip to stand by his argument. He's still wrong for like actively working against his client, but at least he's not being an idiot about it anymore. Yeah, I don't know what that song is. Oh yeah, agreed that murder weapon is not end all be all. For sure. By now, she's probably whipped me once for every year I've been alive. Miles, what's taking you so long? Even though we're just stalling for time, Uncle Ray can't keep this up much longer. Whoops, excuse me. Phone call. Mind if I take this? Oh, that is horribly inappropriate. And of course, it's all kind of been decided that this was going to happen, right? If your phone went off during a hearing, depending on the judge, this could be a fine of several $100s for Ray, just for having his phone ring. I will allow it. That would never happen either. Mr. Shields? Oh, Miles, it's you. How's it going over there? We found Sebastian. Oh, and the knife and chisel? It seems he handed the evidence over to Blaze the Best. It's very likely that Blaze knows the whereabouts of the murder weapon. Ex-Chairman the Best? But why would Blaze... That I don't know yet. However, there may be some hidden connection between... Patricia Rowland and Blaze. Gotcha. In that case, I'll issue a subpoena for Blaze the Best right away. I'll grill him personally. I will continue to search for the missing evidence, and for John as well. Why wouldn't Francisca be the person who would send the subpoena? That's another, like, active action against your client. Not as explicit as the others, but... Try to hurry it up, would you? We're at our wit's end over here. Feels like the verdict could be handed down at any moment. God knows I don't want to win. Understood. How much longer can Judge Courtney's heart hold out? I know she's in a lot of pain. I've got to hurry. So, how's the trial going? Blaze will be taking the stand. I don't know how things will turn out, though. He'll do anything from hiding evidence to kidnapping. He really is nothing but trouble. That's putting it lightly. You rascal! I agree. We should probably take another look at the evidence concerning him. Wouldn't surprise me if Fran had blocked Edgeworth at this point. Huh, weird. My calls aren't getting through to her. If Ray's getting paid, I don't know by who. The state, I suppose? Or if you're like in Wisconsin, it'd be the county, not the state. Well, coming directly from the county. They are. Might be state funds. But I wouldn't think that Patricia Rowland would need a public defender. She wouldn't be considered indigent, so they might make her pay for it. Yeah, I am on live chat. You didn't see the thing that popped up? Maybe it went up. Maybe it went through the chat too fast. Then you might be considered indigent, yeah. It's kind of like what happens in bankruptcies. What is that rule called? Sorry, I just want to remind myself this one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I know... So this is really something that... So, this is interesting. In Canada, apparently, you can testify about... You can do what Blaze does and, like, admit to something in one case and have it not applied to you in your own proceeding, it seems, which seems really strange. Especially since... Which is really weird. Because, like, in the US, criminal trials are public. How would that news not get out? Meaning that if there's, say, a jury trial that hasn't even been scheduled yet, that would cause a lot of potential problems. In that everybody would have heard that you testified about the crime beforehand, even though it wasn't in your case. Huh. I mean, I know you can invoke the Fifth Amendment later, even if you waived it in a different proceeding, but I'm not sure that's not... I mean, if I was Blaze's attorney, I would just tell him to invoke the Fifth Amendment. Even as a witness. Probably. No, he hasn't stood trial yet. But he's gonna testify in this other case. Hello, Pasca. But, obviously what he says could incriminate him in a crime, or 2, or 3, or 5. So, I would tell him to invoke the Fifth Amendment, not say anything. Because you just don't know how that information could get out. And even if you then use it later, in your case, what if everybody's already heard about what happened in the prior case? You think a jury's just gonna be able to say, oh, well, I'll forget that happened before because he invoked his Fifth Amendment right in this case. So I can't actually take that. No, yeah, I think it was Booty Consumers said, oh, well, it's this case. It's a different case. It's not his case, so it's probably fine. And I'm like, no. I personally wouldn't think that's fine. If you're Blaze, you just keep your mouth shut. I agree. We should probably take another look at the evidence concerning him. Okay, leave it to me. First, here's the latest evidence fresh from the scene. They're the gloves from earlier, although I am certainly curious about them. Anything else? Like, apparently that works in Canada, but I just don't understand how that works practically. The case files from the IS-7 incident. If I recall, Blaze was also involved in this, right? Indeed. He was involved in destroying the evidence. For now, let's keep this on hand. What is your deal? I'm not even getting excited this time. You're just kind of being a jerk. A loving jerk, but a jerk. Yeah, jeez. We did a bunch of stuff today. She should be tired. I don't know what her deal is. Oh, she's not tiny. She is not tiny. What is it? What is your problem? I just took her outside too. Hey, that's my water. It's not your water. What do you need? You obviously need something because you are really, and it's not camera time. I refuse to believe that you are actually aware of your camera time. No, but she does like alcohol. There was one unfortunate incident when she was younger that I had a martini out and she got into that. And ever since then, whenever she sniffs alcohol, she's like, can I get in that? Can I get in that? Is a little overly aggressive about it. No, I didn't give it to her. She snuck a drink of it while I was having a conversation and looking away. Because I didn't think the dog would actually do that. Silly me, I guess. Alright, we're gonna take you outside, because I don't know what your deal is. Okay? We'll figure it out. Alright. I'll be right back, and then when I get back, progress. She was fine. She wasn't sick or anything. She didn't get like a ton of it, but she got enough of a taste of it that she remembers what it tastes like, and apparently it was delicious. Okay, time for her to go to bed. Room is your favorite streamer. Now then, is there anything else? Of course, last but not least, we got this. This is the Yatsugarasu's badge. Okay. I'm talking about things related to Blaze. Please be serious. Aren't you always going around presenting random evidence to Mr. Edgeworth? No. Well, that's... Get dunked. Isn't that Sebastian? Oh, what are you doing here? Whoa! He ignored us. That is certainly not what ignoring means. Came out of the Grand Tower. What was he doing in there? Let's go investigate what Mr. DeBest is up to. Yes, let us go. The hatch is open. Might be Mr. DeBest who opened it. Did Sebastian come in here? Mr. Edgeworth, over there! The safe's open! Did he come here to open that? Let's examine it thoroughly. Now see, Trep, doesn't this seem a lot less choppy to you than it did last time? It's the same setting, I think. Just for some reason it's working better. I didn't do anything different with it, I just fired it up. There's something inside the safe. Let's go ahead and have a look. There are some documents in here. It's just a bunch of papers and... Huh? There's a photo here, too. This is a picture of... Huh? That's Mr. Knightley! I forgot his voice, so we're not gonna do that. Why is his picture in here? And what are all these papers for? I don't know. You'll have to read the documents to find out. I'm all but certain there is a connection between Knightley and Dojin. Dojin's chess partner, whose identity remained unknown until now. Was actually Knightley all along. That is proof enough. Tomorrow I shall interrogate him in the warden's office. I'll get him to confess that he's one of Dojin's henchmen. That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago, simply must retrieve it. This seems to be a report about Knightley. Not to mention it was apparently written before Knightley was killed. Horace Knightley was murdered while he was being interrogated in the warden's office. Judging from the contents, this document was probably written by Patricia Rowland. I knew it! The question, however, is who this report was addressed to. Ah, the owner of this safe is... the conductor, Blaze DeBest. So this proves that Miss Rowland and Blaze are connected. Indeed. However, it's not just the two of them. Huh? Blaze DeBest and Patricia Rowland were searching for Dojin's henchmen. Sir Dojin, that dog-loving assassin! This means that there is a hidden connection between the three of them. I wonder what it could be. I don't know, but it must be related to this case. Oh, there's something. Oh, there's some other stuff in here that I remember seeing. There's something on his. Oh yeah. It's Horace Knightley's the chessboard in the ring. All his possessions are inside this safe. So basically all this stuff is evidence from the prison case? Correct. Then the knife and chisel that vanished might be in here too. Let's see, Mr. Knife, Mr. Chisel. They're not in there. I guess this is all just Mr. Knightley's stuff. I see. That's too bad. Horace Knightley is dead. Yes. Actually was game over for you. I have a ton of sinus pressure right now. It's just annoying. However, the game is not over yet, unless I can see it through to its end. I think that Arrow wants me to go up the ladder. Young lady, good sir, might I interest you in some cotton candy? Oh. There is also ice cream, if that is what you'd prefer. You! Shelley the Killer! It's good to see you are well, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you doing in a place like this? As you can see, I am selling cotton candy. Would you care for some heavenly cotton candy? Even sweeter than death. One bite will send you straight to heaven. Not because it's poisoned or anything, I swear. That's definitely not something I want to buy from the killer. The meaning of my message, have you understood it? Have you been spying on us this whole time? Spying? Heavens no. I was simply watching over you. While disguised as a cotton candy salesman. Isn't that the exact same thing? What is this man's objective? And who keeps hiring this dude who has fucking stitches down the middle of his face and a monocle? And is obviously a killer. Were you the one who murdered the president? No, that contract with my client has already expired. President Huang is a bit of a celebrity in the world of assassins, you see. Over the years, many attempts on his life were made, and yet he stubbornly lives on. He is a robust man, surrounded by flawless security. He even employs body doubles. Robust. That president? Rotund seems more apt. However, it seems this time the president's security wasn't exactly flawless. Mr. Rook had only just prevented your previous assassination, but this time... I did not kill him. It is not my principle to kill needlessly. I am also grateful to Rook, a worthy adversary who is connected to me by fate. Thanks to that man, I did not kill a target who had no value to be killed. Thanks to Rook preventing the assassination? What does he mean? My client deliberately gave me a false target. Go ahead. Go ahead. We all want to hear it. Or even the stitches are meant to act actively encourage the asymmetry that lines the face of every human being in order to remind us of the dichotomy of man and how flawed human beings are, yet we still live on. It was a betrayal most foul. I'm now searching for my client. You've had some shit clients recently, dude. I guess that happens when you're an assassin, right? In all likelihood, it is the same person you are looking for. Is he saying that his client murdered the president? Just who is this person you are referring to? I myself am not allowed to. I'm not allowed to say. It would be violation of the rules. It should be either it would be a violation of the rules or it would violate the rules. Roll a coin down their face. It would be violating the rules, but that is actually objectively worse to use than the other two examples. Because you're using past and present tense. Which is, you should avoid doing that, in a sentence. He's so angry he's forgotten how to speak English. Yeah, right? Thank you for telling us that you just can't tell us and make life a lot easier for us as gamers. I myself am not allowed to say. It would be a violation of the rules. I cannot disclose the identity of my clients. For to do so would create a problem of trust with my other clients. This is precisely why I'm personally searching for them myself. Okay. Quick question. How would they find out? Because either he tells them and the people find out because they suspect that he told them. Because the only way they know for sure is if they had somebody tailing him. Or some device tailing him to like record in on his conversations. Or the alternative is we find out ourselves, but they still suspect him anyways, because again, they have no way of telling exactly how we found that information out. That's so weird. What are you going to do when you find your client? But I understand. Even if he could get away with it and they not find out, it would still be an ethical violation for assassins. I do understand that. Ray is dealing with a very similar issue right now. It's just, he's a lot better at his job than Ray. Of course, they shall be rewarded with a punishment most befitting of a traitor. I get that he's a man of his code. I guess that I'm just kind of surprised that, like, wouldn't it kind of make sense in the world of assassins that if there's a strict code contract with clients, but if you betray the assassin, that should be considered null and void, and nobody would think ill of you. Like, yeah, he fucked up. He should have died, or whatever. Because this message is like, well, hey, even if I betray him, it's not like he's gonna go tell the police. So, let's get the betrayal plans in motion. What? That means, what'll happen to them? I will leave that up to your imagination. It certainly won't be anything pleasant. Oh yes, I will tell you just one more thing. 3 days ago, Sirhan Dojin escaped from prison. How had we not heard this before? We're the dudes that put him away. Would that be relevant information to us? What? Three nights passed, Dojin's solitary cell was found vacant. It was almost as if he knew I was going to pay him a visit. Ooh, the killer versus Dojin. That'd be pretty sick. You visited Dojin's cell? Can it be that the person the killer is searching for is... That's right, I forgot that he was already in prison. That's my B. I forgot that he was already there. But the Yatagarasu didn't they? Couldn't K, I guess in theory, maybe, be in danger? Oh, they did. Okay, so I was remembering it correctly. We just didn't see it personal, like on screen. So, yeah, I would think that he might have some vested interest in knowing the whereabouts of a person he personally put away. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going. Let us both do our best in tracking down that person. Man, that sucks. If you're Edgeworth, you just have to let that dude go. What else are you gonna do there? So, the killer and Dojin, these two assassins. The sound is... Mr. Edgeworth, Judge Courtney's cell phone is ringing. What is this? It sounds like almost... Oh, it's the Mozilla theme song? I was gonna say, like, it almost sounds like vaguely Castlevania-y. That's cool. Mr. Edgeworth, Judge Courtney's cell phone is ringing. Can it be John? Mr. Edgeworth, how are you doing? It sounds like they're using a voice changer. Who is this? Someone you've been searching for. The one in the red hood. The red hood? Are you the person who ambushed Kay? Brilliant deduction. I'd expect no less from a prodigy prosecutor such as yourself. It's not supposed to be Kermit. Kermit is only reserved for Canadian Judge. It's an offshoot of Kermit. Mr. Edgeworth, I want to listen on this too. Very well. I'll put it on speaker. Well, I must say that I didn't expect the girl to get amnesia. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? But that's not all, you see. Perhaps I should let you in on this, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I was the one who ordered Blaze the Best to kill Jill Crane. What? This must be the person the killer spoke of. I really should thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You have no reason to thank me. Oh, you haven't noticed? My, that's troublesome, you know. I wanted you to catch Blaze for me, so I took dear little Kay. What? If Kay was suspected, I knew you would investigate the case. And I was sure that the great Miles Edgeworth would be able to catch Blaze. It was all according to my plan. And you know, I get the feeling that you have the wrong idea, so let me clear something up. Blaze the Best wasn't the one who kidnapped Miss Courtney's son. You! Why do you know about the kidnapping? You and Miss Courtney are really quite alike, you know. She even came to visit you in the detention center and got all friendly with you. How could this person know something like that? Judge Courtney was supposed to have visited me using the detective's name. I bet you're wondering how I knew about the kidnapping, right? It's quite simple, really. It's because darling little John is in my care right now. What? Huh? You seem surprised. If only I could see the look on your faces. Quickly, little K. You have to hurry and steal him back. You wouldn't want to tarnish the Yatagarasu's name on your first job, would you? You even know it's my first job? Why does this person know everything in so much detail? Well, I suppose I can't blame you for your mistake. It seems Blaze was after John as well, you see. So there were 2 kidnappings. He's such a fool, you know? Kidnapping his own son instead. Is John there with you? If he is, then I would like to hear his voice. He's here. I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, he's asleep right now. In that case, there's no way for us to know if you really kidnapped John or not. I suppose you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. What is your objective? Is it to get Patricia Rowland declared not guilty? A not guilty verdict? I couldn't care less about that. Couldn't care less. Hey, Tara. So his objective is different from Blaze's? I think I'll keep my objective a secret for now. Well then, I must be going. I hope you enjoy yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't think you can get away with this. Then come and get me. I'll be looking forward to it. That is, if you can bring me to justice. But I highly doubt that. So, because I so recently just spent so much time on 1.5, Ace Attorney 1.5, my first thought was that that speech pattern seemed a lot like Gant's. But that wouldn't make sense. For one, we never heard about anything about him getting out of prison. Or not being, you know, whatever. The other thing is, this doesn't really seem like something Gant, it seems like this would be out of character for Gant. Not the, like, intimidation stuff or anything like that, but Gant, you might not agree with, I don't think any of us agree with how Gant went about things, but he still did things because he thought that was the proper justice. This guy just kind of seems like a D-bag. A selfish D-bag, just for themselves. So, I would love to see Gant again. Oh, you see, Edgy. Oh, Worthy? Worthy, good old Worthy. That's the other thing, he had nicknames for people. Like, I guess calling him Worthy would have just straight given it away, but that would have been fun. Ugh. Who in the world is that? I don't know. We don't have enough... Sorry. I almost took on the voice of that voice changer. We don't have enough information. Darn it! We're totally clueless. Meanwhile, they seem to know everything about us. Know everything about us? Okay, you're right. Thinking about it, it is strange. How does the culprit know so much about us? It's so weird. I mean, they even know about the kidnapping. We must figure out how the culprit was able to obtain that information. I must recall, what exactly did that person know? It has to be somebody that works than the police, right? So they're not there. That's it. By analyzing our conversation with the culprit, I've figured it out, Kay. I know the source of this person's information. What, really? In all likelihood, this person probably... I believe it is highly likely that we've been bugged. Bugged? You recall what that person said. Thank you, Tom. It's Frank Sawit. Frank Sawit. He's been the mastermind the whole time. If they couldn't see our faces, that means they weren't taking our pictures or following us. Then, they must have planted a bug somewhere. Could it be in my stuff? Was there anything they could have had a chance to bug? There must be a hint somewhere in our conversation just now. That's right. That person knew something they shouldn't have. The conversation between Judge Courtney and myself in the visitor's room. Oh, the guard without a face? I always suspected him. He was always a little too good at his job. Judge Courtney? Oh wait, no. Sorry. Laurice Donan. The only evidence I had with me at the time was... Where was the bug planted?
Take that!
Okay, may I see your badge? Mayatagarasa's badge? No way! Why not? Mr. Edgeworth, just because you became a Great Thief's assistant doesn't mean you're ready to wear this badge yet. That's not it. It's very likely that a bug was planted in it. What? In my badge? Let's take a closer look. Ah, this is... It seems I was right. How'd you know? The person had been in contact with you. I mean, when I was knocked unconscious. Yes, that's why I thought one of your possessions might have been bugged. I'm glad I paid attention to the one fucking thing they left me with in the cell. I remember saying, like, oh, they left us with the badge for some reason. However, that person also overheard my conversation with Judge Courtney. Even though that conversation took place in the visitor's room with just the two of us. Why is it hollow? Because it's probably a cheap piece of crap? Ah, so you're holding on to it at that time! Exactly. All the other evidence had been taken away from me. The only thing the Yatagras's badge remained with me. So this creep's been listening in on us the whole time. Indeed, that must be how they knew about all the information we collected. Does that mean they're also listening in on the conversation? Most likely. Hey, Buster! Okay. Eavesdropping is for cowards. Why don't you come out here and fight us fair and square? Was that sound? What was that sound just now? Ow! Huh? That's Nicole! Oh my god. I actually kinda hope. Like, come out, fight us fair and square, and then she does accidentally. I kinda hope Nicole's the mastermind behind all this. Like, holy shit. It wouldn't really make sense though, right? Like, what's the connection? She was also there during the first case. Because she also uses the Y contractions. I'm trying to think of all the characters that have ever used the Y contractions. They tend to be older individuals, like Blaze or Gant, or Southerners like Nicole or Lotta. No, Pain would never say something like, "You see." Why would the mastermind frame themselves? Because they knew that they'd get out of it, and that would throw less suspicion on them? No. You are five-heading that. That's a huge risk. But just think how little people would suspect her now. If you're like Edgeworth, if you already found, you know, cleared her name. I mean, it's probably not. I just like to think about possibilities like that. That, and I fucking love Nicole. If she ended up masterminding that whole shit. I use y'all too. I mean, I say it. I type in like Discord the way that I talk. Purposefully. I purposefully do that. So that I don't sound like a... So I sound very much the same way that you guys interact with me on here. Like, I'll make a point to do that. Even though if I was like typing an email, I would never say, you know, something like that. Booty's gone. In my official findings, y'all got a real problem here, you see. So ordered. Honestly, y'all scared the bejesus out of me. Your voice was so loud there, little missy. I was so surprised I done fell flat on my behind. I'm sorry. What were you getting so riled up for? That and her headphones could be where she's hearing the bugged. The bugged badge. I may could not care less anyways. Touche. You gotta hear this, it really grinds my gears. Yes, yes? Okay, please just leave it at that. Unless you want to make tomorrow morning's headlines. Ah, that was close. Aw, shucks. Don't be such a stick in the mud. What's wrong with letting a gal open her heart and spill the beans? For now, I'll turn the bug off. So, did you find the kidnappers? Miss Swift, was the boy you saw being kidnapped this boy in the photo? Hmm? Nope, they ain't nothing alike. He had a more stupid looking face and was wearing a collared school uniform. I thought so. Yet again, we were led astray by this woman's testimony. We'll have to conduct our investigation all over again. So we're back where we started. Are there any new leads? Hey, you guys. Can you guys, listen to me, you guys. You guys. You don't really, you talk to people, Volpe. You don't have to say any of those things. You all. But you all sounds so bad. Good God, you all. As Chris Tucker said, man, it ain't you all, it's y'all. Y'all. I love Rush Hour. I adore Rush Hour so much. It's fucking cheesy, but I love. That's one of those movies where you watch it and you're like, oh, I hope Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker are like best friends in real life. Apparently they are really good friends, which just makes me so happy. I use dude non-gendered for sure. Me and my wife both do that. Sometimes I worry that somebody might get offended, but I mean, until somebody tells me that it's a problem, I feel like as long as I'm using it to everyone, it's just like, I guess it was a masculine thing, but it doesn't have to be. It is an American treasure. So good. Except that they're making a fourth one, and I'm like, okay. You'd have to change the dynamic some way. Like, Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan are both there, but they're more like mentors or something. It can't just be them two again. They're old. My wife likes the second one more than the first one. I don't. I like the second one a lot too, but I just can't. I don't see that. The first one is. Then again, she also thinks The Wild Wild West is a good movie. So. Yeah, like as long as you're using it, like you're making it clear that you're using it in a like for you, it's a non-gendered word. It's just a way to identify a person without always having to say the person's name, because that can get, or refer to many people, more than just one person. The geriatric rush hour, 10 a.m. No, it's like 6, because they got to get to the grocery store first. I never saw the TV show. I like Shanghai Noon. I thought Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson were also very good. Not as much of a fan of Shanghai Nights. It was okay. It has some funny parts. I like Have It, but that's one movie that I can't remember the last time I watched it. Whereas I probably rewatched Shanghai Noon like 3-ish years ago. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. You cluster of personages. That's the real way to do it. That's how Southern Edgeworth does it. Well, yeah, that's the thing. If you used the word girls like you did guys, for me, I know you're just referring to a group of people. So I wouldn't take offense to that. Yeah, when it's necessary to indicate the gender. But in like our casual conversations, right? That really is rarely ever the case. And maybe I'm wrong in that how I'm looking at the ungendering of the words, but it's not really a conversation I've really had with anybody before, so I would need more input. Sup, bitches? There you go. Some people are still very offended by the word, though. Sometimes, though, if you want to go over the top, gentleman works very well. Gentlemen! Comrade is the best ungendered. The problem is, Maxim, if I walk around here saying comrade to anyone, I'm probably going to be like put under surveillance. Bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes. There you go. There you go. There you go. 'Cause anybody could be a hoe. Hello, fellow humans. I am a non-hostile humanoid of similar biological makeup to yourselves. Let us communicate and engage in social traditions. That's how an alien would speak to us. Oh, man. No, I don't. So, like, people around here will legitimately look at you weird if you were using that term that often. That might be more awkward than calling the judge by their first name. Hey, Volpe, you got a friend in me. I say stream is adjourned, Zod. I mix them together. There's only 20 minutes left until 2 o'clock. Will we be able to make it in time? Let's see how long we can stretch out this 20 minutes, like it's the end of an NFL game or NBA game. Mr. Edgeworth, about that phone call just now. Wasn't there a strange sound at the end? A strange sound? Now that you mention it, it sounded like an explosion. That did not sound like an explosion, but I'll take his word for it. Yeah, I know all the judges' first names too. I would never do that. Even in like familiar settings outside of court. Like I've seen judges at a bar before. At bars. I always say, "Good evening, Judge Domina," or something like that. In fact, Judge Domina's retired. I would still call him Judge Domina if I ran into him. No better way to piss you off than to refer to you as Tom in a hearing. What if I called you the One or Neo? At least Thomas is more formal. You're taking an even further step by calling him Tom. How about Tommy? What if I called you Tommy? That'd be even worse, wouldn't it? Domina. Domina. Former Waukesha County judge, yeah. Yeah, I did think it was a cool fucking name. Hey, Tomster. Good old Tomster. Hey, chill, Tomster. I hope none of this ever happens to you. I don't... Did you tell me about that? It seems vaguely familiar. Was it an attorney that did that? I always say Mr. and Mrs. unless they tell me to call them by their first name. But that's just mine's better safe than sorry. Yeah, Tom Sama should work. Thomas Sama. Okay, I think I do remember, because we were talking about. I think the conversation was coming was like respect level that you would show an administrative judge, hearing officer, trial judge, you know, whatever. And if it's like how I would do it the same across the board, but I bet some people don't. Isn't that kind of how it is in Japan too, Trep? I've heard of that being a thing. What do you think, Booty? What do you think fills my heart greater? Being called Mr. Twain, which anybody could be called Mr. Twain, or Attorney Twain, the prefix that I spent years extra in school, post-secondary school, in order to achieve. I don't get it. Well, if it's outside the work, don't call me Mr. or Attorney. Just call me Twain. A lot of my clients, like, I put us on a first name basis. Like, I let them know that it's okay. That, like, if a guy's name is Tom, like, first time I talk to him, you know, it'll be the full name. But after that, I'll probably refer to him as either. It depends on how he was, either Thomas or, because if I'll say Thomas, well, then he knows that I'm okay with us being on a first name basis. And if he wants me to call him Tom, they'll say, oh no, you can call me Tom. Okay. I've never had any client tell me, oh, it's actually Mr. I guess nobody wants to challenge me on that. I've seen judges call people either by Mr. or Attorney, or Mrs. or Attorney. Just depends on the judge. But whatever they do, they're consistent throughout. It's already here, isn't it, in California? Omicron? I mean, we're technically doctors, but that's not, we don't use that as our, you know. Doctors of law. Pretty huge dick, but it's... I've been addressed as counsel when I'm in front of the judge for the first time because they don't really know me. That's just a nice, respectful, generic term to use. There it is. See, Tom knows. That's how you all address me from now on. Attorney Dr. Twain Esquire JD. I'm sure he does have a shirt that says I have a PhD. But yeah, no. If we're talking outside of a professional setting, then I would just expect somebody to call me by my first name. I wouldn't want to be Mr. Doctor, attorney. I wouldn't want to be anything like that. That's only for the professional setting. But I'm waiting for the day that a doctor addresses me, because I know it'll happen. A medical doctor addresses me by my last name without giving me the proper title, and I will do the same to them. And they'll be like, actually, it's Dr. Smith. And I'll be like, well, then it's Attorney Twain, motherfucker. Get over yourself. Yeah, it was Tara. Full pay. I'll say that one thing that was really interesting in terms of addressing people. So I grew up in the inner city, and there weren't a lot of repeat names, as apparently there are in more suburban settings. So when I ended up getting to college, where people started calling each other by last names more often, that was weird to me. And the reason they called people by their last name was because, well, if you know 5 Johns, you're not going to call them all John. You're going to call, hey, Smith or Rogers or Tiaka Patuka. I don't know. I think that was a football player's name? Well, I wouldn't raise my hand. I wouldn't raise my hand to help out the heart attack victim. I'm just, yes, I am a doctor. I can't help you, but I am a doctor. Yeah, I mean, just because the generic term for doctor is usually referred to medical doctors doesn't make others with doctorates not doctors. It just means they're not medical doctors. So, like, that whole disrespect that comes down on non-medical doctors is fucking ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. I have great respect for doctors. But I'm telling you that's going to happen sometime, because I've also met some doctors that are gigantic pricks. At least with the attorneys that I meet that are gigantic pricks, they're not going to tell me to address them as Attorney Blank unless they are also addressing me as Attorney Twain, you know? It's going to be consistent there. So that doesn't really become an issue. Ah, that's cool. Dr. Anderson. Hey, CPA is cool though. Certified public accountant. Please, Ross, that means something else. Or that means something here. I know what scene you're talking about. Like, oh, okay. But if we were in court and I call myself doctor, then it would mean something there. If anybody else, if a medical doctor called themselves doctor in a court of law, it wouldn't mean dog shit. Unless you were an expert witness for medical, you know, whatever. But in terms of the actual, you know, trial and stuff like that, that's my domain. I'm the doctor there. CPA booty. That's the CPA I want to hire. It might be a hint to establish the culprit's whereabouts. I see. The sound of an explosion, huh? I would appreciate it if you stopped eavesdropping on us. Mr. Prosecutor, you're as stingy as ever. First, let's see what she has to say. Look at me. I'm the doctor now. Exactly. Oh yeah, it absolutely comes in handy because one of the things that you'll learn as an attorney really early in law school, and something that is a frequent recurrence throughout your career, is that people will tell you that you are not just an attorney for your client, you are also a counselor. And not in like a counselor sort of way, but like you have to be, in some sense, a psychologist for them. So psychology is incredibly useful in that regard. It's also very useful in conducting testimony. It helps with being able to read. Cues. The most common pre-law degree for an aspiring attorney in the state of Wisconsin is music. I don't know what it is everywhere else. At least it used to be music when I was going into school. I always psychology. I psychology you guys sometimes. Remember when I psychology switcher into thinking that we had a super long conversation about Cowboy Bebop? Oh wait, do you mean like, have I actually ever counseled somebody like as a psychologist? No, I've done it as a friend, but not as a, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, but I'm not a psychologist. Political science, that makes sense. I mean, music, what makes music a very common feeder is that because musical arrangement involves, from what I understand, because I am not musically inclined, it involves a sense of mathematics, which can usually mean that that person's also very good at elementary logic. Like a really good foundation in logic, and thus law becomes attractive to them in that regard. I know a couple doctor lawyers, although it always went the opposite way. I've never met anybody that was a doctor and then decided to be a lawyer. I met people who wanted to be a lawyer, who were a lawyer and then decided to become a doctor. Accountancy would be good. It's like, because knowing tax is great. That's what, if you ask me, what's the one class that you regret not taking in school? It'd be tax law. And not that I can't find that information myself, but it would have saved a lot of time to have gotten that foundation from school. Yeah, see, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I know you're talking about something. And you don't have to, Volpe. Not everybody has to go to college. The US is actually facing that problem right now because everybody went to college. Suddenly, they needed people to be in jobs that required tech degrees and stuff like that, and apprenticeships instead of 4-year bachelor degrees. No, it's boring as fuck, but it's super useful. Highly suggest you take that as one of your elective courses. If it's not required course already, which I'm sure it is in some places. Yeah, and nobody thought about that. I never thought about that as a kid. Makes perfect sense. We can't all be fucking doctors. All my hard work's helped me move the case forward. I reckon it's all in a good day's work. I'm not so sure about that. We've been chasing after an entirely different person. Indeed. It seems she did not properly examine the photo earlier. What now? Was my info really all that bad? No. Some of the blame also falls on us for relying on a dubious information source. It's time for us to regroup and start over. Could you hold on a sec? You think I'm staying quiet after being called a dubious source? You got another thing coming. I love her feisty look. Fine then, I guess I'll just have to tell you about the scoop I've been saving. You've been saving a scoop? Oh, could this be another diversion? Another wild goose chase from what we were looking for? Yeah, it's all about supply and demand. I don't make as much money as I assumed I would, 13 years ago when I first got the idea to become a lawyer. And then there are jobs that I never thought would ever make more money than me, making more money than me. Am I bitter about it? No, that's how supply and demand works. It's like mad at water for being wet. It's just dumb. Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of, the timing has to work. Because if you didn't care, even if you stuck with it, you might be worse off now. Liquid water's wet. Sorry, Trep. Although I'm not expecting much, let's hear it. What is this scoop of yours? It's Mozilla! I have decisive evidence that the mighty Mozilla exists. Okay, let's go, okay. Hold up! I'm being serious! Y'all might not believe it, but it's true. Okay. So next time you mention the word water, I'll remember that you are speaking only of one single molecule of water. So if you say, I'm drinking some water, I'll assume you mean just one molecule of water. We'll make sure that you have to say every time a full glass of water. Or you're going into a gigantic body of water. Fell into a lake, ocean, whatever. I know, Trep. I'm obviously not gonna do that. That would be ridiculous. Oh God, Tom. Now I suddenly never want to eat cereal again. You guys know about my aversion to soup, right? Maybe you don't. I talk more about that in my Let's Plays than I have on my streams. Not a fan of soup. Very few soups will I partake in. There's no physics definition, but there is a language definition, and thus you could still use logic that way. Logic doesn't only apply to physics. Ocean is a soup? Oh God. Great, thanks, Linge. Now I don't want to live on Earth anymore. Rice? That's interesting. I like rice, but I could understand not being super fond of it. I mean, like, and I get liking soup, I just don't. I'm never gonna, it's not like orange where I will defend to the death that orange tastes fucking terrible and looks bad, and I can't understand how anybody tastes it or wears it and goes, this is great. But soup, I get soup. I just don't like it. Broccoli cheddar, chicken noodle, or chicken dumpling. That's it. If it's anything else, I probably won't eat. Ah! French onion. I also will eat some French onion soup. Those are the only 3 types of soups I will eat. Other than that, I don't like soup. I'm gonna be honest, I do not know what soup plantation was. You guys don't drink milk with cereal? Aren't you just eating dry ass little bits of grain then? Or do you consider cereal to be like oatmeal? God, I can't imagine how dry that is. It's just like Giannis. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Milwaukee Bucks player, best player in the NBA at this point. He was born in Greece. Actually, I think they were born in Nigeria and they immigrated to Greece. Anyways, he had no idea that Americans had a practice of dunking cookies into milk. And now he says, after trying it, that he will be doing that every night for the rest of his life. Having some cookies dunked in milk. Because apparently nowhere else in the world utilizes milk beyond drinking it. I disagree, because I've eaten cereal dry sometimes. And I do it only if I don't have milk and I don't feel like getting it. But it tastes, I don't think it tastes nearly as good just by itself than with milk. That's just my person. I need to buy milk too. I have some oatmeal that's sitting in my protein banana nut oatmeal that's sitting in my closet that requires some vanilla almond milk. That's true. Your cereal is probably different from ours. No, it's still oatmeal. I prefer Chips Ahoy. I like Oreos enough by themselves. But I love Chips Ahoy with milk. We don't have much time, but I guess there's no other way. Would this decisive evidence of yours be something you recorded on that tape recorder? That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. You're good at figuring things out, aren't you? It's the sound of Mozilla spewing out fire. This place nearly became a sea of flames. If you say so. Yeah, but sometimes you don't feel like walking out to the cow. It's cold. Then you gotta milk it. You gotta milk the udders. Sometimes I don't feel like getting on my knees and doing that. Sometimes the cow's being a dick that day. Sometimes you're just not in the mood. Yeah, our stereotype, Volpe, is that Wisconsin is known as the dairy state, and that we have cows everywhere. We do have a lot of cows. A lot of cows. Use water in what? In oatmeal? Here come all the cow puns. Oh, water for cereal? No, that's disgusting. You're just making it soggy and you're not actually like adding a flavor. Oh, that's not bad if you get 6 packages. You just have to kind of buy it in bulk. Yeah, she's basically as big as a cow. She's not, but she is big. I regretted it. Yeah, I would have too. That's a situation where I'd rather just have it dry. See, milk adds something other than just making it wet. Because if that's all the cereal needed, then water would be fine. Oh, chocolate water. Reminds me of an old Andy Milonakis song called Chocolate Water. Boy, was that guy hot for like a year. I don't like warm milk personally. The lyrics were pretty easy to remember to that song. You'd have chocolate and you'd have water. Chocolate water. Chocolate water. Chocolate water makes my dick hard. Mmm. That was the song. Don't make that face. If you think I'm lying, then have a listen for yourself. Ready? Here comes the flame. Die! Hey, we got that awesome music to go with that. Hey, Dr. Terry, I thank you for re-upping your membership with the student body. Much appreciated, my dude. Hey, we were having a conversation about the doctor prefix earlier. No, I will never sing that song. I will never sing that song ever again. You guys needed to know the context. Hot chocolate? I don't use water for hot chocolate. I use milk. I don't know. Good question. But if he wishes to be called doctor, I will refer to him as doctor. How was that? It sounded like rushing water, but if you say so, I guess they could be flames. Miss Swift, did you truly witness these so-called flames? Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't really see it with my own 2 eyes. On account of, I wasn't actually there at the time. Mozilla had appeared. Wouldn't you have noticed no matter where you were? Well, I was a ways off and was using a slightly unusual recording method, so... Could you explain to me this recording method in more detail? Guess I just dug my own grave. Chocolate Rain guy? No offense to him, but I didn't realize that anybody cared about his opinions. Does he stream or something? I guess that would make sense as to why people would know. Or do people just follow him just because he's Tay Zondag? Man, you know there are people in this world right now that probably have never heard Chocolate Rain. Yeah, I use milk too. I don't use water. I have used water with it before, and I think water's significantly worse. Oh, Twitter Spaces? Interesting. Chocolate rain. Some stay dry while others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. Oh, you mix it? I could see that making sense. a soup of sorts. Truth is, I was aiming for a scoop, so I did me some wireless wiretapping. Wait a minute, wireless wiretapping? There's no wires, how'd you tap them? Okay, please don't concern yourself with the semantics. She was simply intercepting wireless communications and listening in without permission. I've been spending the last few days scoping out the Grand Tower with my mentor. So you were investigating the black market auctions. In that case, you naturally would have tapped the immediate area surrounding the Grand Tower. You betcha, but right then and there, I hear an ear-shattering roar. Finally, Mozilla appears. My heart is pounding. I feel him draw near. So everything except the sound is just her own personal impressions, right? In the end, it didn't even matter. Well, I reckon writing's more my thing. Anyways, as I continue tuning into the situation, little Miss K over there almost shatters my eardrums. I see, Miss Swift. While you were eavesdropping, you were surprised by Kay's voice and fell over. In other words, you did not hear her voice directly. You heard it via the radio waves emitted by the bug, did you not? What? Then, does that mean the one who planted the bug on me was... I was just eavesdropping, I'd never stoop to bugging nobody. Miss Swift, do you mind if we borrow that tape for a while? Just do what you please already. Okay, now it's probably not Nicole, but if it is Nicole, she's big braining here hard. Edgeworth! Mr. Keys, Miss Barry. Did you find him? Not yet. Just where could John be? John? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. They don't know anything about the kidnapping. Regarding Sebastian, we found him not too long ago. Really? That's great. Thank you so much. Now I won't be arrested again. It's not bullshit. It's not. What do we have for logic? Why they are so ugly for no reason? Can somebody clarify this for me? Aren't NFTs like super environmentally unhealthy? I remember reading that somewhere, but I didn't look too much into it. But everybody's fucking talking about NFTs, so maybe I should have looked up on the Oh, because it's similar to crypto mining in terms of like how it's generated. Yeah, because the amount of energy that it outputs, right? Because that's a lot. I mean, I still have my Doge. My 5,000 Doge coins I got at like... What was it? 2 cents or something like that? Doge is fun. Do I think I could ever do anything with it? No. But if somebody's gonna pay me for it, then I will give them this cryptocurrency for their US dollars. What? Why would somebody buy that? Because it's the cool thing to do? Because Paris Hilton says so? Cars that came through, sound of explosion. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, how'd you find him? Naturally, is all thanks to his powers of logic and reasoning. Actually, it was just a coincidence. Yes, they would. That's pathetic. I guess we weren't any help at all, were we? Don't be silly, of course you helped. Really, thanks a lot. Where were you guys searching, Simon? It was a bit far off, but we searched around the Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum, so they were by the shore. I remember this place. There were a lot of people at the event there, so I thought he might have gone as well. An event? Sounds like fun. Is it a festival? I want to go too. It was a Grammary event. It was a lot of fun. There were food stands, fireworks, and much more. Simon got worn out by all the people in the crowd pretty quickly, though. You didn't have to tell them that. It's settled. Once we wrap up this case, we'll all go there. Yeah, that episode of Archer where they're in like South America or Central America, and the dude paid like millions of dollars for that blank canvas. Actually, there's a pretty fucking funny blank canvas joke in Psyche K about the girl he was painting, and they're like, no wonder he left it blank. The whiteness itself captures her purity. To put anything else on the paper would be a disservice to her radiance. Or something like that. Ah. At any rate, I'm glad you were able to find him so quickly. Why is that? The truth is, our circus show is about to start soon, so I don't think we would have been able to help out with the search much longer. Sorry to burden you with this when you also needed to prepare for your performance. No, it's okay. Please don't worry about it. After all, I also didn't want to get arrested again. I'm so relieved you were able to find him, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't you tell by the emotion in my voice? Yeah, but the warden still hasn't been declared guilty yet. What? So you're saying there's still a chance I might be arrested? No way. I want to get into it so I can chastise those who are pro NFT. No, I don't care enough to do that. I would never learn about something just for the purpose of then shitting on it. Okay, please don't tease him. Whose accent? Tommy Wiseau doesn't have an accent. That dude was born in Louisiana. I guess he'd have a southern accent. Okay, like, okay, buddy. Oh, that music. Even when Regina also searched with her friends. Aw, we were beaten to the punch. My friends, does she mean her animals? If I recall correctly, wasn't the Berry Big Circus supposed to have a performance today? Yep, that's right. We've all been practicing a lot for this upcoming performance. Will Simon also be performing? Of course, he's been practicing really hard, even though he keeps saying no way. I did not hit her. I'm so glad I gave him that accent.
He even rode in a balloon and did lots of advertising for us. So, Mr. Edgeworth, you should also come by and see Simon.
Let me stop you there. I will never, ever set foot into your circus. You could be the last circus on Earth. You could be the last form of entertainment on Earth. I will never stop in to your circus. You should, Volpe, for the memes. Very well. That is, if we're able to successfully solve this case. The fuck did... What? Edgeworth. Come on, man. It sounded like you were saying you used animals in your search.
Yep, I thought we would be able to find them if I used Regent and Astique, but... Simon said, no way, no way, no way, no way, and stopped me. No fun.
If Simon hadn't been there, there would probably be a mass panic right about now. That Disaster Artist is a really good... I was like, disaster movie? That's just a random bad movie. Yeah, Disaster Artist is really good. I think it's a lot better if you actually see the room, though. Volpe, you think you might? But let me tell you, experiencing the entirety of that movie is a whole different experience. That's the last movie I've watched with a group of people where we were, like, laughing non-stop throughout the entirety of the movie. We were exhausted by the end. Anyway, how was your sex life? Like, what? Wait, where did that come from?
Simon, why'd you stop her? It would have made the city more fun, like the circus.
Okay, shut up.
Mr. Edgeworth, please forgive me.
Why is he apologizing to me? I haven't said anything. It sucked so bad that it was amazing. Does that make more sense? It depends on if he actually follows through. If he actually goes to the Very Big Circus with K after this, he might drop to, like, glow S tier. Neil Breen. What does Neil Breen... What else has Neil Breen did? Done. I have like a, I guess it'd be more of like an Ed Wood sort of comparison. Especially given his, like, tenacity behind his work. Mr. Keys, didn't you say that there were fireworks at the Coliseum earlier? Huh? What about them? Were those fireworks set off during the day?
Yeah, even just while we were there, a bunch of them were set off. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
That explosion sound we heard at the end of the kidnapper's phone call could very well have been the fireworks.
Ah!
Don't think you... Yeah. This just happened. Yeah, I don't know if I'm familiar with them.
So that means the culprit was near the Coliseum. Maybe. Probably. Even so, I bet the fireworks could be heard in lots of places around the Coliseum.
Indeed, it would be impossible for us to search the entire area by ourselves. If only we could have the police lend us a hand. Okay. You there. Oh, it's you two again. Something else come up? Hurry up and hop on board. No, right now, we don't really need to go anywhere. Pish posh, that's what they all say. I can tell you what you're after just by looking at your face. You want to start a new life in a new place with a new girl, am I right? Come traffic lights or police sirens, I won't let anything stop you from where you're going. So come on, hop on in and experience the best ride of your life. With that personality, I guess it explains why he was so willing to help us out earlier. He is quite the fucking salesman. Hey, you. I know who you are. Gummy, where are you running away? Detective Gumshoe. Well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth gave up his prosecutor's badge. I just didn't know what to do. That sounds quite fun. A thrill ride, if I've ever heard of one. Then I began to think, if Mr. Edgeworth isn't a prosecutor anymore, does that mean I'm no longer a detective? No, not at all. What? But that's not true. Even without Mr. Edgeworth, I'm still a detective. Is Gumshoe an example of a person who becomes so oppressed by the rulers over him that the rulers consistently impoverish them, that he becomes so driven into the ground that he ends up absolutely having 100% loyalty and love for them, even though it makes no sense at all? Oh man. Edgeworth's like a king that steps on his peasants into the mud and they're like, please sir, I want some more. So, Stockholm Syndrome, but isn't Stockholm, well, yeah, because Stockholm Syndrome specifically mentions captors, right? But I suppose that would kind of work because you're talking about they're being held in a certain figurative captivity. Financial captivity. Just that type of guy? You mean he's a masochist? Nobody gives me pain like Mr. Edgeworth. Even without Mr. Edgeworth, I'm still a detective, and investigating is my job. Detectives don't investigate just for the sake of prosecutors, pal. In fact, I'd say no detective in the United States investigates just for the sake of prosecutors. That's why, even if I'm on my own, I won't stop investigating. Well, yeah, it's still your job. That's what you get paid for. Whatever. So you've been investigating by yourself? Then perhaps at that time... He was... Oh no, 1-4 was the flashback one, right? You should, yeah. What do you mean, paid? You have a salary, don't you? Salary? Is that like something I can put peanut butter and raisins on? So, Jill Crane's autopsy report. I went to the detention center to see how Kay was doing. That's when I heard. I keep making these jokes, and I'm thinking about, like, this is probably just an American thing. Because I can't imagine why anybody would do this outside of America. Because, quite frankly, I don't understand why we do it. How many of you know what ants on a log, the term ants on a log refers to? food-wise. Yep, Void got it. Celery with peanut butter and raisins. Yep, Orangey, you were correct as well. So you take celery, you put peanut butter on it, that's the log, and the raisins are the ants. I guess it's a way to get kids to eat celery, which isn't really terrible, because peanut butter, depending on what peanut butter you can use, is actually pretty, like, relatively good to eat. Sometimes. Yeah, oatmeal raisin is the biggest tragedy of the cookie history. Who decided to put raisins with the oatmeal instead of just putting chocolate chip in there like a smart person or a person with taste? Just ruined everything. I make my own oatmeal chocolate chip cookies because they're superior. Oh no, I don't like it. I hate celery and I hate raisins. So when you hate 67% of that snack, it's a pretty easy no, sir. I prefer plain oatmeal cookies to oatmeal raisin cookies. I'll still eat oatmeal raisin cookies, don't get me wrong, because cookies are just amazing, but they're always a disappointment. Oh, that sucks. Because the jam's probably really good. Shit on a shingle? No, I've never heard of that one. Or they don't cook the vegetables at all. They're like, eat your raw broccoli. Why the fuck would... You're not gonna eat raw broccoli. That's fucking disgusting. But yeah, no, we ate it as kids, as like snacks in school, because there was literally like, you eat that or you eat nothing. But I do not eat that myself. Fuck that. Hey, Cooper. Well, I suspected Nicole to be the mastermind, but I think that's probably been disproven. I was trying to be big brain, but I think I flew a little too close to the sun. Ray redeemed himself to a slight degree. If we give you something to eat the raw broccoli with. That's the thing. Nobody's just going to eat raw broccoli on their own unless they're masochists. Raw broccoli by itself tastes terrible. And if you're going to eat raw broccoli with ranch dressing, you might as well just have cooked the broccoli in olive oil. It would have been healthier for you and still tasted good. Oh, with broth. That is a pro tip. I have never tried that. Sausage and gravy and toast. No, yeah, I've never had that before. The really weird thing that Wisconsinites, that's not everybody, but it's popular with Wisconsinites, is bread. You can toast it or not, it just depends. And raw liver and raw onions. It is absolutely disgusting, and I have no idea why people still eat that shit. It's like the culture of the South. They're like, oh, we eat chitterlings. They're pork and pig intestines. They're disgusting. But it's been that way since like the antebellum period. And before that. When slaves were commonplace, because that's what they'd eat. It's like, dude, you don't have to eat that anymore. I have not tried bread sandwich, but I've heard of the toast sandwich, which I thought was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard of, and then found out it was real. Piece of buttered toast in between 2 pieces of normal bread. What, like he's a Pokemon trainer? Beats the gym leader and gets their badge? That doesn't come off as evil to anyone? I agree with you, dog. If you have sausage and gravy, I want biscuits, not normal bread. Just because biscuits just go so well with it. My sister makes really awesome spicy biscuits and sausage and gravy. I mean, you're just kind of making a makeshift grilled cheese then, aren't you? Which I don't see any issue with that. You don't have 3 pieces of bread because the middle piece of bread is your meat. Why do they refer to it as a kiwi burger? It's not like unique to New Zealand. We have that everywhere. Yeah, that's why Blaze sucks, because he wore goggles correctly. Well, all bad guys are good guys in their head. You heard that conversation? That's right. That's why I looked over the evidence again myself, sir.
Gummy, that's amazing! So it was you who saved me.
Okay, I'm really glad you got your memories back.
Thank you!
You get it now? I can investigate on my own. I'm saying I can investigate on my own, and I overheard things you've been saying.
Gummy, don't run away! You've already proven that you can investigate on your own. After all, you saved me.
Detective, I need your help. Currently, I'm not a prosecutor, nor am I much of anything else, really. Even so, I will pursue this case. I ask you not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Goggles, apparently, no, it's not an apparent thing, it's an objective fact. Goggles look better when not worn properly. Just appear. Well, no, I know that Kiwi's a New Zealand thing, but that's my point. Is I don't know why they would call it a Kiwi burger, because it's not like it's unique to New Zealand. That's like if we took that burger and called it an American burger, but New Zealanders have been eating it for how long themselves. Calling it an American burger would be dumb. Straight up biscuits with no gravy? If they're buttered, like biscuits you can get at like Popeyes or KFC. I eat just rolls with butter, like the Hawaiian rolls. I like bread though. I love me some carbohydrates. Oh, please, cut it out, sir.
Gummy!
It's not that it's a deep fried burger, but it is like 3 burgers on top of each other. With a gigantic bun. And bacon. And cheese. Between each burger. Anything I'm missing? You could just go with the Luther. Half-pound burger in between 2 Krispy Kreme donuts with cheese on the bottom and top of the burger, bacon on top of the cheese, and then on top of the top, Krispy Kreme donut goes more bacon. The Luther. It's a joke because it's named after Luther Vandross, who was very large. Beetroot? Okay, that would make it unique, yeah. Yeah, as soon as he got that headband, the show went downhill. Actually, no, it was a little further into it than that, but... yeah, there is. Okay, I get it, pal. I can't bear to see Mr. Edgeworth bowing his head to me like this. Like, he's actually feeling uncomfortable. Gummy! Thank you, detective. What do you want me to do, sir? Detective Gumshoe, please tell me what you've found in your investigation so far. Roger, leave it to me, sir. I have 3 things to report. First up is about Kay's clothes that were sent to the crime lab. Traces of an extremely powerful sleeping drug called Sleep Z's were found on them. Really? Is that the pharmaceutical name for them? Cold Killer X. Sleep Z's. Man, I gotta give it to this drug company that's producing all these. They like wacky ass names. I mean, I encourage you guys to talk about Naruto in the chat, because then I know I can completely ignore everything that I'm reading and just focus on the game. Because it's Naruto. Y'all know how I feel about Naruto. So that means after Kay was drunk at Gourd Lake, she was brought to the roof of the Grand Tower. By the way, my cousin just went through the same thing that I went through. She kept texting me throughout her Naruto journey, and at the end of it, I actually saw her in person for like the first time in a year, and she was like, "Why did I watch all that?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Once you start, you just hope it becomes as good as like the first 50 episodes again, but it never does. It never does. It never does." So we hugged and cried together in our lost childhood because of how many wasted time we put into Naruto and Shippuden. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. You have 2 of the 3 main characters are horrendously written. That's bad. That you can't have a good show where 2 out of your 3 main characters are horrendously written and it not be a bad show. Like, your supporting cast has to be absolutely stellar to make up for that. And its supporting cast, while it's not, I wouldn't say that it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it's generally good. It's not good enough to make up for that. She was brought to the roof of the Grand Tower. My Hero Academia? My Hero Academia doesn't have any characters that are nearly as bad as Sakura and Sasuke. Some of the worst written characters I've ever seen in anime. Like, they're written like Twilight level bad. That's right, sir. Now for item number 2. The footage from the security camera at the Grand Tower's elevator. Of course, because once you find out how he was written, you're like, why would I watch this? This is trash. I can see that. And a problem, and that's a problem, right? Because, like, between the two series, you have what? 500 something episodes? And you still feel like it was never, like, the deepness was never explained? Like, that's a problem. How do you have all that time and never go deep enough into it? Well, sure, I don't blame the writers if that's what they were told to do. For, like, not killing her. Well, I still blame the writers because you can do better than what they did. But it's not just on the writers. She should have died. That would have been way better. Actually would have had impact on the characters pretty early on. So that's partly on their producers then, right? That forced that sort of garbage change. Oh yeah, Maxim. I mean, I agree. The general trajectory of the show has been up. I will say though, I think the movies have been really good. And maybe that's part of why the quality of the show has dipped. Although, they're going off of source material, so maybe that's not what it is. But sometimes when you focus, like look at South Park. When the creators of South Park were focusing on their movie, the quality of South Park did. And they'll tell you that. They're like, this is like our least favorite season. Because we feel like our writing was trash because we were so like divided between two projects. I mean, at some point, you just get so tired of being told what to do that you're just like, all right, fuck it, let's do some stupid shit then. I could see that happening. The last two arcs are unreadable? Well, that's disappointing. I'll do the same thing with My Heroes I did with Naruto, though, because I'm already invested. Like, you get me hooked at the start, I'm going to be invested. I'm going to watch everything. The footage that captured President Huang and Judge Courtney going to the roof. The elevator is generally the only way to get to the rooftop. And if the elevator was used, the person who used it would be caught on camera. Exactly. In other words, if you look over the footage from a couple of days ago, you should be able to see an unconscious Kay being carried up to the roof. Then, Gummy, does that mean you... I checked out all the footage from before the incident 2 days ago on Fast Forward. I have not, but it makes sense. With social media, the way, like, and communication, the way that it is, it's way more likely now that a juror will be tainted than it ever was in the past. So I understand that. The problem is that might cause an undue burden on society, especially considered we're like it's mandatory for us, right? I don't know. I don't know, like, the logistics of that, how it would work out. I can never get into One Piece. I don't, the way they present pirate anime doesn't interest me at all. Luffy doesn't interest me at all. It's way too long. But I won't say that One Piece is bad at all. I can't. I'm not. I've seen some episodes, but I'm not going to watch it all the way through. So I can't make that determination. Only to say that it's not my thing. I still have to get through part 3 of JoJo. Jotaro makes that really hard to do, though, because Jotaro in the first half of part 3 is insufferable. I know apparently he gets better, like he changes or whatever, but god damn he's insufferable in the first half of that. some good moments every once in a while is not good enough to make up for overall trash character writing and boring story. Yeah, I hear part 4 is really good too. That's why I want to get through it, because I want to see the other parts. It's just, he's hard to deal with. Hey, Easy, what's up, dude? Like Fairy Tail. I like Fairy Tail a lot. I thought the setup for the last arc was fantastic, and then the last arc was disappointing. It had its moments. It had some really cool moments, but it's still trash. Having some really good moments does not make it worth it or not trash. It's still trash. That one dude's orgasm powers were some of the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen in an anime. Holy balls. Everybody that's had sex is like getting pleasured so much that they're going to like die, and then they're like, huh, some people aren't affected by this, and the people that you think probably had never had sex before are exactly the people that weren't affected by it. I cried during that episode. Oh my god. Yeah, one of the like lieutenant guys, you'd call him. You know, you have the boss and then his like top underlings. He had the ability to make everyone experience insane intense pleasure, and it would completely incapacitate them. I don't know, does anybody plan on watching Fairy Tail? That's another really long show. Nah, not really easy. We haven't found out who the mastermind is yet. We talked to the killer, that was interesting. But I don't judge it based on the end either. I'm saying I judge it based on its entirety. And that's exactly why I don't take little moments here and there and be like, oh, that prevents it from being trash. No. If it's still 95% trash, doesn't matter how good that 5% is, it's still significantly bad. I still love Fairy Tail. I still love Fairy Tail. But that final arc is bad. I'm just using that as a comparison for like, it had great moments, but most of it's still bad, so it's a bad arc. Yeah, right? The reveal of who their son really was great, I thought. So I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That's sad. That's tragic. It's also tragic with the other guy, but it's because he's not really the son, right? And he gets fucking demolished by his father. Yeah, there's, it's very much like JoJo, I guess you could say, where a lot of the arc, you could say a majority of the arcs are very good, but there are 2 filler arcs that are particularly bad. And you can tell because they weren't initially in the original story. These were anime-only filler arcs. They're terrible. You could just skip those arcs and it changes nothing. They're the hero of arcs. And then I don't like the last arc, but a lot of the other arcs are very good. August is a tragedy. I really liked his character. All of the guys under Zeref they were all so interesting, and the fights were interesting too. And they tried to add some uniqueness to them, but I still feel like the execution of the arc was just not great. Fate's good. I've only seen 3 of them, though, I think. Yeah, Fairy Tail got me more hyped than, like, Dragon Ball ever did. I think Fairy Tail's strength is it's a hype anime. It's not going to be the most amazingly written. The characters aren't going to be the most amazingly deep. It's going to frustrate you sometimes. But holy shit, does it get you hyped. Like, you know what's going to happen, and it doesn't matter. You still get hyped. That's good hype building. Yeah, the animation, I would agree. The animation quality of Fate is fantastic. Unlimited Blade Works is arguably the most beautiful anime I've ever watched. Of course, then Rebuild of Evangelion released, and that's the most beautifully animated anime I've ever watched, but Fate would still be up there. The difference between Fairy Tail, they even have similar art styles. The difference is that I really am interested in the setting and background of Fairy Tail. I am not interested at all in the setting and background of One Piece. And if I can't get into the setting and background, there's no point, because I'm never gonna really connect with the story. Code Geass is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But anybody that ships Lelouch and C2 can eat a dick. Now you gotta watch him, Bullfin. Man, Code Geass blew me away. After I saw it for the first time, I started saying his phrase all the time for like no reason. Fuck, what was it? It was something like, all the matters at hand are in place, or some shit like that. He has some line that he says like that. I don't remember what it was anymore, but I used to just say it randomly. Because I'm like, oh, it's the coolest thing ever. Last case, Miles. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Their world is not interesting to me. I have Goblin Slayer on my queue as well. Berserk, I really enjoyed. Yes, people want me to do a reaction to the anime exclusive case, so I'll probably do that. Because I've saved it specifically for that reason, if people showed interest in it. So I'll do a review, like a reaction video to that. Now that I know I was able to do the Danganronpa reaction videos and not get them taken down. I've seen the dab, it's really funny. I've just been rewatching Psyche K. But I really need to get to fucking Steins Gate. It's been like at the top of my list forever, but things keep getting in, like popping up in front of it. I see, and the results? Well, actually, nothing came up, sir. Kay never showed up on the tape at all. That was unexpected. I guess it won't be so easy. How was Kay brought up to the roof of the tower? Well, the elevator was already down, and they brought her onto the elevator, and then brought her up the lift, I should say, not the elevator with the camera, into the hatch room, then brought her upstairs, and then put her onto the roof. I should take a moment to carefully consider the possibilities. Well then, let's hear your third and final report. Yes, sir. Last but not least, the most important thing to report. I'm so happy to be able to investigate with you again, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm going to give it my all to arrest the culprit. That is all, sir. I apologize for putting you through so much, Detective Gumshoe. However, why is he thinking this in his head? What a dickhead. Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of Attack on Titan, Violet Evergarden. Apparently there's some, like... Attack on Titan has some, like, huge detractors because it's, like, racist or something? I'd have to look into that more, but I guess I didn't notice. My friend turned down a date with a girl, or blew off a date with a girl, because they were talking, like they were texting each other, like get to know each other's interests more. She found out he liked anime. She's like, "Oh, that's awesome! What anime do you like?" And the first thing he said, because we watch and talk about Demon Slayer and My Hero all the time after every new episode comes out, and she's like, "Oh, good. I thought you were gonna say Attack on Titan, because I wouldn't be able to hang out with you then, because that show is incredibly racist." And I'm like, and he's like, "Yeah, I haven't watched Attack on Titan, but that is a huge turnoff to hear something like that immediately." Like, oh God, what's our conversation at dinner going to be? One black guy straight up asked, "Why is your skin so dark?" I'd give him a science lesson in melanin and human skin evolution. I heard it has something to do with, like, imperialism. I think he said she referenced something about imperialism. If that's the case, I would have to say Cowboy Bebop is racist because of their episode where they clearly just mimic blaxploitation, and like that's all it is. And you're like, black people are more than this. But I don't think it's racist because, first of all, they're in Japan. They don't have a lot of, like, their exposure is very limited. And based on their limited exposure, I actually thought they did a pretty good job of, like, what's the word I want to use? Paying homage to it. And there's nothing wrong with paying homage to that. Plus, like, the whole influence of basically, you know, a lot of their music is black inspired, and so it's like, just because they use some like stereotypical characters doesn't make it racist, or something like that comes up. Is Quentin Tarantino racist because in his movie Django they use the N-word a lot? No, that's just what would happen. If I go to if I'm in the Attack on Titan world and everybody looks exactly the same and they see somebody outside the wall who suddenly looks different from them, yeah, that might be a legitimate question that gets raised. You gotta try to consider this stuff and not just immediately react with racist. Yeah, I mean, if that's portrayed as a bad thing, then that's okay, right? That's, like, the point, then. I mean, Dragon Ball is kind of fucking crazy. Mr. Popo is like, are you kidding me? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, that would have to be something I need to read it more into then. Yeah, that is kind of weird. That's kind of weird. If you, yeah, you shouldn't really sell stuff with racist connotations. But it's okay, because Team 4-Star single-handedly rehabilitated Mr. Popo's character. And now he's fantastic. Because Team 4-Star Dragon Ball is canon Dragon Ball. Yeah, Samuel Jackson's Afro Samurai. And Samuel Jackson would not have done Afro Samurai if he thought that show was racist. Like, I think that there was clearly a lot of care and consideration that went into that show. Now, to be fair, I haven't seen it in like a decade. So maybe if I rewatched it, I'd feel differently, but... That was your most important report? It had nothing to do with the case at all. Why didn't you say the other part before that? It makes you seem less douchey. I would have preferred something that's actually useful. Oh, that merciless attitude. That's Mr. Edgeworth, I know, sir. Ha ha ha. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Like, he just shits on him for no reason after he's trying to be a nice guy, and he's just like, ha ha ha, that's the dickhead I know. Oh, you rascal. I don't know, Tara. I'd have to think about it. There are definitely some good contenders. Alright, sorry guys. We've had good anime talk. It's been fun. We've had some other talks. This next hour is going to be dedicated solely to gameplay. So, apologies, I'm not ignoring, well, I am technically ignoring everyone, but yeah. We are going to ultra focus here. There might just be a difference between how you and I tend to exaggerate a lot of adjectives in terms of how I rate something. Part of that's for dramatic effect. Part of it's because that's just what my family's always done. But yeah, trash for me is like, it doesn't have to be a 0 out of 10. It can be a 3 or 4 and I'm gonna think it's trash. It's still a failing grade. I mean, you guys can still talk about anime. I'm just not gonna be involved in the conversation anymore. A young boy has been kidnapped. I want you to help us search for him. Kidnapping, sir? The victim is a boy by the name of John Marsh. Ah, that kid with the horns. Yes, do you know about him? I saw that boy myself, sir. Was that this morning? That's right. He came out of that trailer over there. And then he walked towards the garbage pickup area. The garbage pickup area? It's right over there, pal. That's where all the trash from the Grand Tower's offices is collected. I don't know what happened after that. Since I left the place around then, it seems we must investigate the garbage pickup area. Okay. Hey, the arrow. Gummy said John headed towards the garbage pickup area. Indeed, there might be some traces of him left behind. Nook and cranny! Looks like the garbage pickup area is locked. It's probably to prevent people outside the Grand Tower from disposing of their trash here. The garbage pickup time is at 11 a.m., so that's why there is no trash. Or there is no trash. When I looked here earlier, the place is overflowing with garbage, sir. Looks like today is the day when bulk waste is collected during the garbage pickup. There really were a lot of bulky items placed here, pal. The garbage truck's compactor can crush any kind of garbage to dust. No, it seems in the case of bulk waste, it is transported as is without being crushed. Huh? Why do you know about how bulk waste is disposed of, Mr. Edgeworth?
Maybe Mr. Shields, in order to accomplish his Mr. Edgeworth acquisition plan, sent him something like a moving process instructional brochure. There are times when you're so sharp, it's scary. Although, they're few and far between. Matthew Perry! This milk carton is... It's the one John was drinking out of.
There's no mistake. Something must have happened to John here. Combined with Detective Gumshoe's testimony, the chances are high that John was attacked at the garbage pickup area.
If it was here, then wouldn't... If it was here, there wouldn't be many witnesses. But why would John have come to a place like this?
It would be natural to think he came here to throw something away.
We have no way of knowing since the garbage truck has already collected everything, except the milk for some reason. It's surprisingly empty, isn't it?
Indeed, it seems the garbage has just recently been collected.
I wonder, what if the garbage wasn't really collected? Maybe something stole it all. Mr. Edgeworth, I smell a case.
There certainly is a faint smell of something. Is this truly the smell of a case, though? The only vehicles that came through the plaza this morning were the taxi and a blue truck.
And Mr. DeBest was kidnapped in that taxi.
Yes, meanwhile, John was attacked in the garbage pickup area. And the garbage was collected from there at 11 a.m.
Ah! I've got it, sir. The blue truck was actually...
That's right. The blue truck that came through the plaza was a garbage truck. However, be that as it may, the officer who gave us this information made no mention that the blue truck was a garbage truck.
Talk about careless! How could someone mistake a garbage truck for a normal truck?
That's not it, Kay. Today was the day for the collection of bulk waste. I suspect it was a standard truck without a trash compactor that came by to collect the trash. John was taken away by this garbage truck. And where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, of course.
Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! The culprit was disguised as a garbage collector, right? Then the truck was probably fake too. How do we know they really went to the dump?
No, the garbage truck should have been real.
Oh, why is that?
That will be made clear if you simply take a look at the garbage pickup area. This shows that the garbage truck John was kidnapped in was real.
Take that!
The garbage pickup area is locked.
Ah, only a real garbage collector could have unlocked it to collect the trash.
Precisely. We should assume that a genuine garbage truck was used. For example, the kidnapper could have put John into a large cardboard box. If the box was mixed in with the rest of the bulk waste,
the garbage collected would have carried John away without even knowing it.
Exactly. The culprit would then lie in wait at the garbage dump. And if they said, "I threw it away by mistake," the box would be returned to them.
Any garbage dumps nearby?
I'm almost positive I would not be able to get that done in a garbage dump.
Let's see. Ah, there's two of them.
There's two of them? Why? So which garbage dump was he taken to? Would there be a hint in any of the information I hold? Perhaps the fact that there is something nearby that might connect it. Based on the explosion sound we heard from the kidnapper's phone, we know that John is being confined someplace in the vicinity of the Coliseum. One of the garbage dumps is right next to the Coliseum. John was almost certainly taken there. Yeah, that's a great place for a Coliseum, right next to a garbage dump. In which case, the place he is being confined to must also be somewhere close by. Unless Japan's really good at, like, minimizing the smell of their dumps. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Can I ask you to search the area around this garbage dump? You don't have to ask me like we're strangers, sir. It feels so distant. Please just order me around like you normally do. Are you sure, detective? That's kind of fucked up. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor. Didn't I tell you, sir? I love when you step on my face. Detectives don't just investigate for the sake of prosecutors. You have my thanks, detective. Mr. Edgeworth, look! It's almost time! Yes, it would be best if we hurry. It should also be at their limit. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me, sir. This may be an unofficial investigation. But I'll call in all of my pals from the station to help. I'll help too! Stealing John back is my job after all. I will be returning to the courtroom. I might be able to draw out some more time. Okay! Well then, even in the depths of night. The clock just struck 2. We have to hurry. Yes, sir. Ah, my introduction! When no other bird dares to take flight! So, what are you all gonna eat for lunch? Well, if it isn't former Prosecutor Edgeworth. Blaine's the best. Witness, face forward! We're not done talking yet! Like I said, you see, why exactly would I have needed to help that person out, Your Honor? He's one that says you see, too. You know, it's a crying shame. Having a beautiful woman declared guilty, honestly, brings tears to my eyes. But you see, there's no reason for me to go out of my way to hide evidence just to save her. However, we still have the testimony of your son, Prosecutor DeBest. He testified that he handed the evidence over to you. Well, I haven't the slightest clue what he was talking about. I simply can't imagine why Sebastian would have said something like that, you know? Wait, how'd you get over there? What if there is evidence that shows your connection with Warden Roland? Just what do you think you're doing, former Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was under the impression that you were no longer in any position to stand in court. He doesn't have any standing right now. Miles Edgeworth, how dare you barge into my prosecutor's bench? Dude went and stood next to her. Francisca, I'm sorry, I need you to lend me the bench for a little while. Then again, people like Maya didn't have standing either, and they were next to Phoenix on the bench, so this really isn't any different. What are you saying? Judge Courtney, I brought vital evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please allow me to testify. Ha ha ha! She'd never allow it. Courtney Pye, Uncle Ray also asked that he be allowed to testify. There are no objections from the prosecution either, right? Understood. The prosecution also has no objections. Oh, God. There's no way you can allow something like this, you know? Such high-handed methods. Yeah, you're a fucking witness to this case. You have absolutely no weight in this matter. Neither should you have a fucking lighter up there. Surely enough to warrant being held in contempt of court, wouldn't you say, Courtney? As long as John is still in danger. Judge Courtney cannot rule against the warden. I must convey to her somehow that the search for her son is progressing. Judge Courtney, I ask that you have faith in me and my assistant. Now that you mention it, where exactly is she?
She's currently out searching for the most important piece of evidence. What a waste of time. There's no such evidence. Are you stalling for time? How disgraceful. Most important piece of evidence, huh? Courtney Pie? I don't really know what that evidence is, but I think we should have faith in her. After all, even if she may not look like it, she's still the great thief Liatagarasu. Somehow it seems that Mr. Shields understands. I mean, Ray isn't an idiot, he just makes some really bad decisions. Judge Courtney, we've already determined the general location of that evidence. It's only a matter of time before she steals the evidence back. I understand. Thank you, Your Honor. This is ridiculous! Will the witness please shut the fuck up? Or the witness will be held in contempt of court. This vital evidence that you have found, please present it to the court. Blaze the Best and Patricia Rowland are somehow connected. Allow me to present the evidence that proves it. That they are somehow connected. You know, strong evidence that shows that they are somehow connected. Which piece of evidence shows the relationship between Patricia Rowland and Blaze the Best? Even if there's a more specific reason that he has, like, you don't present it that way.
Take that!
This document contains a detailed report regarding the interrogation of a certain man. A certain man? That man being the late Horace Knightley. And the one who interrogated him was the defendant in this trial, Patricia Rowland. Motion to suppress. Evidence. Objection. Evidence illegally obtained. So that means that was the interrogation where... That's right. Patricia Rowland murdered Knightley in the aftermath of the interrogation. And that very interrogation has been recorded in this written report. That definitely sounds like vital evidence. Miles Edgeworth, just now you referred to that document as a written report. Now, just who in the world was that report written for? I thought you might ask that, Francisca, and that's precisely what is most important about this report. We found this document inside the safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower. 51st floor, the storeroom for the black market auction. Indeed, and the conductor of this auction was you, Blaze the Best. That is a matter of fact that still has not been established yet. You received a report about the victim from Warden Rowland. In the face of this evidence, can you still say you have no connection to this case? Yeah, like, they actually have to establish that fact, which they haven't done yet. It's not about the evidence being unregistered. It's how the evidence was obtained. That's the problem. And again, I'm not talking about in-game Ace Attorney universe, which is some of the most like vague and fucked up like ways of doing things I've ever seen. But I'm talking about US law. That's how it'd work. In the face of this evidence, can you still say you have no connection to this case? In regard to that, I refuse to answer. What? It is yet to be proven in court that I was the conductor of the black market auction. He's right. Oh, have you already forgotten the events of this morning? I believe I had already proved it back then, did I not? Yeah, but you didn't do it in court! Edgeworth should know that. I will not deny that I was bested by you, however, that was at the crime scene. Who knows if the results will be the same in court? An acquittal is still possible, you see. Until it's been proven in court that I am the conductor of the black market auctions. You can't prove that document was addressed to me. But it has your name on it. Oh, well then fuck me. No, he's absolutely right. No, his logic is not twisted. That's exactly how things work. Your logic is twisted. That's not very nice, you know. My logic isn't twisted, is it, Courtney? Don't you feel the same way? You can absolutely plead the fifth if it's self-incriminating, even after you're being sworn in as a witness. Because if you're subpoenaed, you are compelled to get to the stand, but you are still not compelled to incriminate yourself. Did I say impelled? Did I just dyslexia that? Compelled to self-incriminate. It was quite unlike you to allow former prosecutor Edgeworth's statements just now, you know. It saddens me, you see, that you would fail to uphold the law as a judge should. In fact, I'm so upset by this, I may have no other choice but to use my last resort, you know. Yeah, and it's also true that you can plead the fifth at one point and not plead the fifth at a different point if they're in different proceedings. That is possible. Just because you didn't waive it once in a different proceeding doesn't mean you can't invoke it in a different proceeding later. Yeah, exactly. Tom knows. Listen to Tom. Tom, in my place, I'll let you explain all that stuff because you know your criminal shit. Probably better than me, to be completely honest. And, yeah. Where did you get those papers? Bailiff, who gave them those papers? It is as you say. Something that has not been proven in court does not merit any deliberation. I will have to overrule Mr. Edgeworth's claim. Ugh, as I thought, until John has been rescued. You see, the truth at the scene and the truth in the courtroom are two very different things. So, you're saying the truth can be distorted in court as long as it's for your sake? Although I will say, Blaze just talking like this is if you're the public watching this, this comes off as really weird. They're saying the truth can be distorted in court as long as it's for your sake? What a horrible thing to say. I'm not distorting the truth or anything like that, you know? If a not guilty verdict is handed down, then that becomes the truth. That's all it is, you see? It's useless. There's nothing we can do unless the missing evidence turns up. Now then, Courtney, why don't you deliver a not guilty verdict and let's get this over with? After all, that evidence isn't gonna show up anytime soon, you know? Hey. Who raised an objection just now? Whose squeaky, irritating voice was that? Pops! Sebastian. Why did you come back here now of all times? Don't worry, I'm not waving this here lighter at you. It's just something I'm doing because I do it as a, you know, just a habit, you see. It's not gonna make you disappear or anything like that. Sebastian, what is the meaning of this? Just what were you and where were you and what have you been doing since you abandoned your own trial? I'm sorry, I was, such an act is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You should be ashamed. Well, Sebastian, you still don't get it, you know? This court is no place for a sniveling child such as yourself. Pops, I've come to present new evidence, Your Honor. That was sick. That whole transition, that was sick. Well done, game. Well done. Also, it sounds like we're about to fence. And I love it. Fence to a tango. Actually, I'm not sure if this is a tango specifically. So please, let me take my place back at the prosecutor's bench.
Sebastian, I didn't think he would come back.
What's all this now, Sebastian? You don't seem at all like your normal self. Pops! Come now. What's the matter? You want Daddy to play with you? Is that it? Well then, why don't we just head on back home? Return to the witness stand! What's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf. Your Honor, the prosecutor officially in charge of this case has just arrived with new evidence. The trial is still in session. In light of this, shouldn't we continue with the proceedings? Naturally, the defense has no objection, Your Honor. Naturally. Actually, naturally, I should have all of the objections. I'm sure the defense attorney originally in charge would say the same. The prosecution has no objections either, Your Honor. By the way, because somebody mentioned this earlier, just because both parties have no objections doesn't mean Judge Courtney is actually obligated to let something happen. If she's obligated by law, she will do it, but there are some things that are in the discretion of the judge that even if there's no objections either way, the judge still doesn't have to allow it. Same thing with the plea. It operates the same way with the plea deal. In sentencing, just because there is an agreement between the prosecution and the defense as to a certain length of time that the defendant should be punished, and that is what induced the defendant into pleading in the first place, the judge can still provide either more or harsher or lesser punishment than that. They are not necessarily bound by the terms of the plea agreement. Continue with the proceedings? That won't be necessary, isn't that right, Courtney? Wayne still believes that he was the one who kidnapped John. As long as John still hasn't been found, Judge Courtney will remain bound by Blaze, and nothing else will change that. That sound is my cell phone. You found my cell phone. I must have dropped that in the hall. Her cell phone. My phone as well. Uncle Ray's phone is also. What about nobody called Francisca? Y'all just left her out of that? Miss Edgeworth! Mr. Shields! Oh, sick picture. We found John, sir. We rescued John. We rescued John! Excellent work. Excellent work, detective. That kid was the most important piece of evidence, right? Way to go, Kay! Wait. That was Ray. That kid was the most important piece of evidence, wasn't it? Way to go, Kay. I wanted to spread the word quickly, so I had everyone call. Judge Courtney, it's for you. Yes, I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Make sure you properly thank everyone, okay? Be careful and come home safe. Oh, that was precious. And now it's time to fuck you up! Now that I may once again swing my gavel to my heart's content. Ha! You're kidding, right? This is just a sad joke, you know? Witness, there is no joke. Please return to the stand. Prosecutor DeBest as well. Promptly return to your seat at the prosecutor's bench. Yes, Your Honor. Sebastian DeBest. Yes, Miss Von Karma? I leave the rest to you. Huh? Going up against your own father. It won't be easy. I shall observe how things pan out. From the gallery.
That's so good. That's so good. Just like how they bring Fran. So good. So good. So much impact there. You're like, oh yeah. Yeah, Fran, I get it. This series does an excellent job of having background characters have a continuous impact on the story even when they're not around anymore.
Now then, allow me to ask once more. Is the prosecution ready? Prosecutor to best? What is this new evidence you wish to present? Weren't you asking me if I was ready? Okay, well, we'll just go straight to that. The missing knife and chisel, Your Honor. You mean they've finally been found?
Don't sound too excited there, Ray.
Prosecutor to best, is this true? The knife and chisel? I wasn't able to find them. I searched and searched. I really did, but it was already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean? I remembered this morning when I passed by Pops at the garage at home. He was holding something wrapped in a newspaper.
And now the prosecutor's a witness. Great.
Pops, where are we going?
Sebastian just taking out some trash.
At that moment, I heard it, the faint sound of a bell. Could that sound have been, by any chance,
The bell attached to Dojan's chisel?
in other words, you're saying that the witness threw away the evidence? I searched for it, but I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry.
Where exactly did you search for it?
The garage dump. Sorry, garbage dump, not the dump for garages. I went to the garage. I'm just gonna say it again. I went to the garbage dump and searched everywhere. I thought the evidence Pops threw away had to be there.
But there is a second dump. So at that time, he had gone to the garbage dump.
But, this was all I could find. It smells rather peculiar.
Now that you mention it, there's kind of a funky smell coming from you as well.
What do you expect? I was digging through garbage.
And what of the knife?
I think it's buried somewhere in that giant mountain of trash. But I couldn't find it by myself. I understand. I shall accept this into evidence.
Ah, well done, Sebastian. You never betray my expectations, you know? You searched so desperately through the garbage, and that's all you have to show for it? Oh, what a tearjerker. I'm tearing up already.
It's a bit too early for tears, don't you think? We haven't examined the evidence properly yet.
I think it's just a pointless waste of time, you know?
I'm counting on you, Sebastian Miles.
Really not something you want on a transcript.
Show him that the truth can be exposed in court and take him down.
Really shouldn't want that on a transcript. Mr. Shields is backing us up. Now all we need to do is break through. Prosecutor to best, let's take a closer look at the evidence.
Right.
Let's get a closer look. See here. What is that? I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my speech is starting to get so I need more water.
is very high quality H2O. I should give that voice to somebody. That's a fun voice. Let's have a look inside. It'd be great if we could find some kind of proof. Oh, I thought it was a rock! This is the bell that was attached to Dojin's chisel. Are there any traces left behind on it? Ah, it's no good. There's not even a single smudge on it. What did you find, Prosecutor DeBest? Did you even find anything? Darn it! Of course you'd find nothing. Something like that can't be called evidence, you know? All it is trash. It may be sad, but that's the truth, you see. Were Sebastian's efforts all for naught? Indeed, this bell does not seem to be valid evidence. However... Mr. Edgeworth, are you really giving up? What? Isn't that my line? Calm as always, Edgeworth. Quite unlike Sebastian here. Well then, is the prosecution finished with its argument? Justine, not yet. We're not through yet. There's still something we haven't examined. You're still not giving up? Struggling in vain's not cute at all, you know. It seems Sebastian hasn't given up yet either. I was just thinking the exact same thing. The last item remaining, is it trash or is it evidence? If we don't examine it, we'll never find out. The item I'm thinking of is... do we have a knife? We don't have the knife, but we have the newspaper. We're still not done examining the newspaper that the bell is wrapped in. It seems that Sebastian has the same idea as I do. Wow, this is just wonderful, you know, so wonderful, it's to cry for. Is it desperation or simply reckless abandon? Are you really going to pin all your hopes on a worthless scrap of newspaper? We won't know for sure whether or not it's worthless until we examine it, will we? Sebastian, let's examine it post-haste. He has used the word post-haste way more in this game than he ever has before. Oh, I want to zoom. Nope, I want to zoom. Is this a handprint? There's something greasy on here too. Is it oil? Judge Courtney, we'd like to request a fingerprint analysis on this paper. Would you please summon someone from forensics? Your request is accepted. Contact the lab at once. Reporting, these are definitely fingerprints. However, it's from a glove. What? Didn't I tell you it's nothing but a worthless scrap of paper? Just think about it, you know? When handling important evidence, what kind of idiot wouldn't use gloves? Oh wait, wouldn't that be you? The idiot who doesn't know when to give up? That's pretty harsh, talking to your son like that. What's wrong with calling an idiot an idiot? If you want to be the best, you have to be heartless. I have no compassion for worthless individuals, not even my own son. And yet, still kind of a better dad than, what's his fuck? Gustavia. Pops! You know, you've always called yourself a genius prosecutor, haven't you? Didn't I explain to you this morning why you were a genius up till now? That's right. It's all because of me, because of my authority. Oh, Marie. Sorry, I'm not really... Sorry if I don't really interact much with chat. We've decided to go into full focus mode for the rest of the stream so that I can progress more. You are always being protected by people like Courtney and me.
Yeah, that's something somebody brought up when you were away, Tom, which I said that's really fucked up. Like, why wouldn't somebody see that and go, that's kind of messed up, dude? Kind of psychotic, actually. It's not like gym badges where they give it to you when you beat me, like, here, you can have one of my prosecutor's badges. Dude actually just fucking takes them from him. Shows them honor. Now, get that stinking face of yours out of my sight. Stinking? You know, now that I think about it, that stench might just suit you perfectly. Just keep it away from my nose, or my eyes will start watering. Wrong. You're wrong, Pops. Sebastian, what are you talking about? You're the one who stinks, Pops. It's you, not me. What? You haven't noticed, have you? You smell, Pops. So much that you can't even hide it. Mr. Edgeworth, try smelling the handprint on the newspaper. The smell? It smells like oil. I know something that smells just like it. Come to think of it, back then. That's right, the smell proves it. It proves that the culprit who hid the evidence was... It's no good. I guess I can't become the best after all. I'm too soft. I could never be so heartless. I just can't bring down my father with my own hands. Prosecutor to best. Summon your courage. Become a different prosecutor from your father. Wasn't that what you decided? Technically speaking, this would make him a different prosecutor from his father because he has heart and can't do it. We are prosecutors, and as prosecutors, we stand in the courtroom, and actually becoming more heartless is making him more like his father was. Arguably. In that case, isn't it our duty to shed light on the truth? That's the primary thing. He's worried about the truth, whereas DeBest never seemed to worry about the truth. Exposing crimes and bringing criminals to justice, even if the criminal is your own father. That is your duty as a prosecutor. Didn't I promise you that if you have the courage to stand up, I will show you the way? And if you cannot do it alone, then we shall do it together. I will be your new father. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to present the evidence that connects this handprint with my father.
Take that!
This is the smell of motor oil, the kind used for maintaining motorcycles.
Both myself and Mr. Edgeworth have smelled this exact same smell before.
Way's the best, it was in your garage. Testimony. And wouldn't you say these fingerprints have a rather peculiar shape? Not that Ray's gonna cross-examine them, but... The 5 letters that spell out D-E-A-T-H. It's exactly the same as your own gloves. Ha ha ha! You can buy gloves like that from anywhere. Doesn't prove a thing. Is that really the case? That's not the only thing that these two pieces of evidence have in common. That was his counter argument? Is that really the case? The fingerprints on the newspaper that was used to wrap up the bell. And Blaze's mechanics gloves. This is the unmistakable similarity they both share. What am I looking for? I need to look at it again. Of course, they're not gonna let me look at it.
Take that!
Come on, come on. Wait, can I look at it? I want to look at it a little bit long. No, of course not.
that!
If you examine the imprint left by the letter A, you'll see it's unmistakably from this glove. What? And that's not all. There is one more item we must take note of, namely the dirt stain. These dirt stains. I suggest we do a comparative analysis of the dirt stains from the newspaper and the glove. If the contents match up, then it will prove to be decisive evidence. Bailiff, please have these dirt samples sent to forensics for analysis immediately. Edgeworth Sebastian! You lowly prosecutors! Do you have any idea who I am? Pops, you can't run away anymore. It's been proven in court that you concealed the evidence and that you tried to cover for the defendant. You're saying that I'm guilty? That I'll be sent to prison? Me? Blaze the Best? Couple of snot-nosed punks are gonna make me disappear? There must be some mistake. Be a man and admit your crimes. Do you really think you can survive if I'm not around? I'll be fine now. I thought I wanted to become the best prosecutor, so I could get your approval, Pops. But when I was kidnapped by your men and stuck in that dark room, I started thinking, I am truly powerless. I despaired and averted my eyes from the truth. But at that moment, Mr. Edgeworth stepped in and showed me the way. I've become capable. I can find evidence all on my own now. What? My man kidnapped you? Why were you? Pops, I'll show you the truth that you never knew through this trial. Sebastian, how dare you speak to me like that? You should have just stayed as an idiot son. You may have hated me to the very end, Pops, but I've always looked up to you. Thank you for everything up till now. And goodbye. Damn, that's sad. You! Since when did you? All you've ever been able to do is depend on me. Sebastian! It has been established that the evidence was concealed by Blaze the Best himself. A judgment regarding his concealment of evidence shall be delivered at a separate trial. The missing chisel and knife still have yet to be found. However, once a search of the waste disposal site is underway, they will surely be discovered. The knife will be found? What happened? What will happen to me if it's found? Huh, no need to worry. You'll simply receive the punishment you deserve for your crime. Punishment? For me? Blaze, what in the world are you doing? You! After all you boasting about being able to create your own truths and not guilty verdicts. That's why I contacted you immediately after the prison incident in the first place. And to make matters worse, you even kidnapped the wrong kid. I just can't believe this. You really are completely useless. That was certainly a violent outburst. But you heard her, Prosecutor the Best. Yeah, she got flustered and said a bunch of important stuff. Right? Indeed. That's correct. He still doesn't seem very sure of himself. Yo, what's up, Chris? Very well, and with that, this court is adjourned.
Not so fast!
What? Huh? Who are you? This is what's his fuck, right? Yeah. Judge Courtney, it's still too early for a happy ending. Lang Shi says, the end of the trial is not always the end of the case. And who might you be? The name's Xilong Lang. I'm just a humble lone investigator. Do you have some objection with this trial? Why are you here? Ha, not a chance. The defendant there has a heart as black as a moonless night. Lang? Don't tell me you're the one from 12 years ago. You got it. Ain't this nice? Now you're finally going to prison where you belong. 12 years is a long time coming for a suspended sentence. Don't you agree? Agent Lang, what are you talking about? The SS5 incidents from 12 years ago. It's a case I'll never forget. 12 years ago? Well, a lot has changed. I'll have to 12, yeah. It's been 12 years. Might it have something to do with Lang's father and President Huang? Patricia Rowland and you blaze the best. Back then, the two of you killed off the Lang clan. Urgh. Were you involved in the incident 12 years ago? That's right, I was. However, I'm not here to chase after ghosts of the past. I'm here for you, Justine Courtney. Me? You and one other. John! Miss Courtney, you're coming along too. As a suspect in the murder of the president of Changfa, Di Junhuang. Could a judge be arrested in the middle of a court proceeding? I would think so. Just not something I don't think I've ever personally heard of before. Because why would you want a potential criminal judge to be presiding over anything? Agent Long, what evidence do you... Well, didn't she say that didn't he say that they're being arrested for the suspected murder of the president? In that case, you'd be a suspect, not just a material witness. Settle down, Mr. Prosecutor. The investigation has only just begun. We're going to inspect the crime scene with the suspects in attendance. Agent Lang, when did he get his hands on some new piece of evidence? If you have any objections, you could tag along as well. I shall do just that. The end of the trial is not always the end of the case. There are still many mysteries yet unsolved surrounding the murder of the president, namely the true nature of the giant monster and... Yeah, everybody's like, oh shit, yeah, that's right, the president died. The true identity of the person on the other end of the phone. Yeah, if she was just a material witness, then that'd be different. You're right, then it wouldn't really be... They probably wouldn't have stopped the proceeding to get her in that case. I'm not sure. Maybe not another hour, but another 50 minutes gets to 5 hours. Hold on. Go for another 50 minutes. I'm gonna eat one of these apple turnovers. Mmm. $50.
It would have been cool to see Cody like helping out as an assistant or something like that. Be a little mature, a little more mature. Not a ton, but a little bit.
Could you please give it a rest already? The heck, I'm telling you, it's best for all y'all's sake to come clean. The staff has their lips sealed shut as the reporters continue their tenacious negotiations. If you're not here to cooperate with the investigation, I must ask you to vacate the premises. Put a sock in it, copper. Y'all couldn't even stop Mozilla's invasion. Not only did they secretly raise a giant monster, now the staff is trying to cover it up. Like I said, we haven't been raising any monsters here at the film lot. But ain't you said you done saw Gordy yourself? Sure, I saw it, but it's not like we were keeping it at the film lot. Mind if we butt in? With my awesome music? I'm definitely gonna do a top 10 tracks vid at some point. Soundtracks. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. And John. Oh, y'all come here to search for the monster too? We're searching for a criminal, not a monster. Like she says, the darkness inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. Well, when it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters. Agent Lang, this is a problem. I can't let outsiders enter the crime scene. These are all key figures in the case. I'd like them to be here when the investigation resumes. Agent Lang, regarding what you said about resuming the investigation, where do you intend to start? We'll start by reviewing the case. Today, the body of President Wang was found here at the film lot. This is... Normally, you guys hear me complain a lot about, like, showing unnecessary flashbacks. I actually think this is a really good one, because it is kind of like, oh yeah, fuck, there was something that happened at the beginning that we have to take care of, too. So this is a good place for a little refresher. The president's whereabouts from 2 nights ago are still unknown. It seems he snuck out from under the eyes of his bodyguards and ventured outside, and that night was the last time he was seen alive. It was when he met with you, Judge Courtney, on the roof of the Grand Tower. So, why did you meet with the president? That I cannot say. Well, you better say us or it's gonna be a fucking problem. You can't tell us even under suspicion of murder? Can't say, why not? Miss Courtney, if you don't say anything, you'll only be more suspicious. Ha! She must have a reason to clam up. I think you're somehow involved in the president's assassination. The president's body was only discovered today. That still leaves a blank of 1 whole day after Judge Courtney met with him unaccounted for. Don't be so impatient. We're gonna fill in that blank right here, right now. The evening on that blank day in question is what's important. What happened here last night? So, why don't you tell us, John Marsh? Me? We know you were here last night. What? John was here? Between that little Miss's testimony and the footprints we found, we can easily prove it. John, you were rehearsing here last night, right? You were spying on me? I'm sorry. I just came to check up on things. You really shouldn't be staying up so late, you know? Mind your own business. The fuck? John Marsh! That young lady was worried about you. You will not speak to her like that. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Sorry. How many times have I told you to be more mindful of the way you speak? Is it just me, or does Miss Courtney's personality seem kind of different? She seems to be as strict with her own son as she is with those who violate the law. Are you listening to me? And earlier as well. You should always bear that in mind, no matter the occasion.
Not so fast.
How can you not so fast, her fucking parroting, douchebag? Give it a rest. God, if I ever heard an objection after I told my kid something, we throwing down. We throwing hands. Can we get back? Can we get on with the investigation already? Pardon me. For Judge Courtney to get carried away like that, this must be her motherly side. Agent Lang, do you suspect John? All I want is the truth. Why was the president killed? And I want to know who killed him. I'll do whatever it takes to find out. Seems the president was like family to him. John, would it be alright if we asked you a few questions? Sure, it's fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoots, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scene today, so... Well, I decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. You were rehearsing alone that late at night? John, when I called you last night, you told me you were at the hotel. Well, I mean, the hotel is right there, so he wasn't really lying. He didn't tell you he was inside the hotel, just that he was at the hotel. You called him? About what time was that? I believe it was around 11 p.m. I required him to call me every night. That's our rule whenever he stays away from home. The truth is, I was at the film lot during that time. So you lied to me! I'm sorry. Now take this gavel of justice from the goddess of law! They can be evil, but also keep in mind, Morgan was doing it all for Pearl. Well, selfishly for her family, but it was, in theory, for the benefit of Pearl. It's a little different from the father situations where they just tend to not give a shit. Miss Courtney sure is angry. I think it's admirable that he practiced on his own, even if he hid it from his mom. I'm sure she was simply worried. Who knows what could have happened to him, out alone so late at night? In reality, he did get caught up in yesterday's incident. But John said there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right? Is that really the truth? Oh yeah, she's definitely evil. Not disputing that. I wish I knew exactly what to say. John, you said you didn't feel well. Can you tell me more? Can you tell me more concretely what was wrong? That doesn't matter. I just wasn't feeling well. All right. You weren't feeling well. Maybe you drank too much milk. What? How'd you? No, I mean, that's not it. Let me drink more of it. That'll make me feel better. Dude, he must have gas constantly. So he didn't feel well because of his stomach. Unless it's like almond milk, then maybe that doesn't cause as much gas. I don't know, I use almond milk for like mixing and stuff. I don't drink it like that. When I was young, I was told that chewing milk makes it easier on your stomach, you know? Excuse me? If I'm chewing milk, that means that milk is rotten. This conversation is over. Anyway, I made a few bloopers. There are no mistakes in that testimony, correct? Of course there's no mistakes. It was just a normal, peaceful night. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. A peaceful night? How can you say that when an incident like this has occurred? Okay, he's still a child. Please don't get seriously angry. She's just showing her teen angst. So there was nothing out of the ordinary? He doesn't know anything at all about the incident. That's the impression I'm getting. But isn't there evidence that shows something did happen last night? Yes. I don't have time to waste to dealing with the child's lies. Let's present the contradiction. What was this? Flyer. Information log. This? There wasn't anything out of the ordinary? That's a lie, isn't it? We have evidence right here. Could that be? That's right. It's the video you recorded of your performance. What? You're telling me you have video from last night? Exactly, and in this video, there is clearly something that is out of the ordinary. This is a monster's footprint. Would you say that monsters' footprints are commonplace on a film set? John, why did you conceal this video from us? No reason, really. Okay, now that's a not so fast moment. Hey pup, this is no joking matter. You had a reason to hide it, right? John Marsh, answer him clearly. But Mom! Well? I didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing. Are you shitting my goddamn nuts right now? In other words, you're embarrassed about others saying you practice. Yeah, got a problem with that? You're saying that's why you hid the evidence? John! Quit nagging me. You've already busted me, what more do you want? Yeah, the footprints were there, but I just practiced and headed home. You think that was weird? How come you're so calm after finding those footprints? It's a monster, you know, a real life monster. I thought it was just a part of the set. Besides, there's lots of other weird stuff around here too. He's suspicious, Chief. This kid's really suspicious. You're right, the smell of a scoop stinks to high heaven. Man, they did a really good job with Lana's dialogue here. Shut up, we're done talking. We're not done here yet! What now? The monster's footprints weren't the only unusual things that happened last night. Besides the monster's footprints, what other unusual things happened last night? Somebody died. First of all. Are you kidding me? Okay, they're looking for something else. They're not looking for the, you know, biggest thing that happened last night, which is that a dude died. That's a funny joke, by the way. Are men not allowed to laugh? No. No. Practice video. The truck. Oh, it fell from the roof. I thought this said stupid. It fell from the stupid roof. The monster's head fell from the roof of that building. That stupid building. Surely you must have known about that. I don't know anything about it. Is that true? I told you. I just practiced a bit and then I went back. I don't know anything about Mozilla's head falling on anything like that. But you have evidence to show that I know something. There certainly isn't any evidence of that. It's also possible that it fell after John had already gone back. There's no evidence, and like I said, we're done talking. It seems that John doesn't really want to talk about last night. Could he be hiding something after all? Wait up. Agent Lang? It's as I thought. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. This video backs up my logic. Is there something in the video that's related to the case? Yeah. Take a good, hard look at the monster costume in the top left. The Mozilla costume? Try comparing it with the one over there right now. It looks like it's just hanging there limply, though. And the zipper on its back is zipped up tightly. Zipper on its back? What? This discrepancy is... Yeah, the difference is plain to see. In the video, the zipper is clearly open. That's right. Someone was inside. What? Mr. Powers, is the costume zipper usually... It's always zipped up tightly when it's not in use. Mr. Prosecutor, do you remember my logic from before? You're saying the body was hidden inside the costume? Yeah, that's right. Judge Courtney, 2 nights ago you pushed the president off the roof of the tower. You then hid the body inside the monster costume. I did no such thing. Say what you want, but you're the only one who could have done it. That should have already been proven impossible. The film lot was locked at the time. Judge Courtney could not have entered this place. And what if there was an accomplice? What? I'll tell you my reasoning, so listen up. He generally follows good logic, but he also has a problem with jumping to really strong conclusions too quickly. When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. The stupid roof. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. The 2 of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there. You think this crime had such an elaborate plan? To take the life of a nation's president. Elaborate plan is to be expected, don't you think? I'd agree with that. You're saying stupid, it's getting, like, censored by YouTube or something? John would never take part in such a crime. You're the one being suspected. Your words don't carry much weight. I wouldn't think those 2 had sufficient motive for something like this, though. Well, maybe they had a motive that we don't know about. You were the last one to meet with the president, and you're still keeping the details secret. Don't you think it's only natural that you're being suspected? Judge Courtney, is there no way for you to tell us your secret? My apologies, I just cannot, no matter what. However, when the time I can talk about it comes, I will surely let you know. So, if you could please... Believe you? Is that what you wanted to say? That's what all criminals say. I was gonna say wait, but sure. And you, pup, you've got an explanation. Hurry up and spit it out. I didn't do nothing. That's all I'm saying. Both mother and son won't talk. You still gonna defend him like this? It's true, Judge Courtney's actions are a mystery. However, we still don't know whether or not that ties in with the motive for murder. Yeah, that's right. The motive for murder can wait. For now, let's talk about the situation surrounding the crime. And the fact that these two are the only ones who could have done it.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, don't tell me you're saying John was the accomplice. John still looks like a grade school kid. He's even got a kitty backpack. How could he be an accomplice? There's just no way. No way, no way, no way, no way. Like I said, John's already in middle school and the backpack is a part of his costume.
Not so fast!
Then she says, no matter how young the cub, never pity an ungrateful pup. He may be a little brat, but a villain deserves no mercy. So Mr. Langzi didn't make any allowances for age. Mr. Prosecutor, you're not just defending him because he's a pup, are you? Of course, that was never my intention. I shall present suitable evidence in due course. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. My logic's just getting started. Yeah?
Hold it!
Supposing those two were accomplices, why would they have needed to leave the body hanging there for an entire day? Why don't you give it a rest and take a good hard look at reality? Thanks to their trickery, our investigation has been confused up till now. Doesn't that answer your question? Got it? These two hid the body. Sword. Sword. In the video, we cannot see the inside of the costume. So can you really say for certain that the body was placed inside? Yeah, I'll give you that much. In that case, why don't we try examining it? The inside of that costume. There might be some traces left inside. Mr. Powers, may we examine the inside of the costume? Sure, go ahead. But it might be kind of stinky since I sweat a lot in there. This is incredibly dirty. That's strange. We always make sure to clean it after using it, so that the sweat doesn't damage the costume. Why would it still smell then?
Not so fast!
Isn't this just proof that someone besides you used this costume? I'd say that dirt from the body probably got in the costume. The president's body did fall on top of the monster's footprint. That must be where the dirt came from. Are you satisfied now? There's dirt inside the costume. Must have gotten there when the body was hidden inside. Do I have anything? What's this? So, dirt got into the costume when the body was hidden inside. Wouldn't that mean that the dirt was transferred from the body? Ha! Isn't that obvious? How else would you say it got there? There's dirt stuck everywhere inside the costume. Looks particularly bad around the chest area. Dirt around the chest? We cannot overlook this fact. Mr. Lang's logic does seem to make sense. Indeed, if those two were accomplices, the crime certainly would have been possible. So it would be useless to argue that point. In that case, what should we do? Firstly, we should have Agent Lang explain his reasoning in more detail. Let's draw out more information. There, Tara. Take it easy. Dirt got onto the costume when the body was hidden inside. Is that really the case? You have a problem with that? There's a fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume. Yeah, there's a lot. That is a lot of dirt. However, I would like you to focus on the state of the body. The body is in. It's lying on top of the dirt, and yet there's no dirt on the front of the body. If the body really was inside the costume, then it's strange that the front of the body isn't stained with more dirt. Well then, how would you explain it? How'd the dirt get inside the costume? From the video footage, it's very likely that someone was inside the costume. But just who could it have been? Where have I seen this? What's the matter, Kay? I just feel like I remember seeing something that looked like this dirt somewhere before. But where was it? There are these bits of gray fragments mixed in with the dirt. Gray fragments? There does seem to be something other than normal dirt mixed into it. Something must have gotten stuck to it, lots of it, I might add. Something got stuck to it. This may merit a closer look. Where did we see dirt that looks like what's stuck to the inside of the costume? I don't know, the gloves?
Take that!
This dirt has some gray bits mixed into it. And what of it? We found an item belonging to a certain man that was covered in the same type of dirt. That is to say, these gloves. Those dirt stains certainly look the same, but tell me, so what exactly is this gray substance? This gray substance is... The gray substance must be fragments of concrete. You mean the stuff that was scattered around the monster's footprints? Exactly. Meanwhile, who do these gloves, which are stained with the same kind of dirt, belong to? Oh, I remember! We found it at Blaze's place! Earlier today, we went to Blaze's garage. There we discovered these dirt-stained gloves. Why would he leave them there? That seems unbelievably stupid. Come to think of it, there are also hammers, shovels, and other tools placed inside as well. Why would mechanics gloves intended to be used on machines be covered in dirt? If he broke the concrete with the hammer and then dug into the soil with the shovel, then it's only natural for dirt like that to get on the gloves. Then maybe... Yes, the true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear. It's possible that these footprints were dug up by Blaze the Best himself. He could have gotten rid of them on his way back to his house. He had a chance to do that because he brought the gloves back to his house. I don't think time is an excuse here. It's possible? It's possible, you say? Please do enlighten me, because I honestly have no clue. Why on earth would he do something like that? Why did he make the monster footprints? Think about it. The answer must be... he buried something and then... Buried something? Could it have been because he buried something? He buried something? I smell treasure. So what did he bury? If we want to find that out, we'll have to dig it up ourselves. Think the police wouldn't have already investigated that? There's absolutely nothing buried beneath those footprints. It seems that was wrong. In that case, we should assume the opposite. He dug something up. Probably went something like this. Last night at this spot, there was something that Blaze needed to dig up. For that reason, he broke the lock on the back door and sneaked into the film lot. Using the hammer and shovel, he set to work. Nah, I don't think
in any crime you commit, one of the first things you should be concerned about is what happens with your hands. Fingerprints, gloves. That's one of the first things that you need to be worried about. I don't think that's something you just miss. Unless you're an idiot. He did commit a lot of crimes. That's a bigger reason to make sure shit's thrown away. You could get, like, connected to so many different ones. He placed the items he dug up into his bag, but before he could fill in the holes... No. I'm not giving any criminal advice. Thank you, Tom. He placed the... Yeah. And that's when John came to practice. Exactly. Blaze panicked and had no choice but to hide himself in the Mozilla costume nearby. Ugh. To think he would deduce so much from just a pair of dirt-stained gloves. However, all this is merely a possibility. There's still no proof that he was the one who's hiding inside that costume. It's no less of a, or more of a possibility than what you're suggesting. Because you don't have any direct evidence either. For all we know, he might have left the scene once he finished digging. On the contrary, such proof does exist and can be seen in the video. When this video was recorded, Blaze was definitely inside the film lot. What? Though I can't blame Agent Langnam for not noticing. The difference between the current film lot and the one in John's video, along with the state of Blaze's garage, it's all too clear that Blaze was still here. What proves that Blaze was still at the film lot when this video was recorded? This is motorcycle, isn't it?
Take that!
This is bag. Oh, that was bag, not the motorcycle. I thought he was like the motorcycle's on its side. I'm like, it's kind of a shitty way to protect this flame motorcycle, yes. This bag placed near the costume. There was an identical one inside Blaze's garage. First, the dirt on the gloves, and now the bag. It seems there is a connection. And that's my proof. Blaze was inside the costume. Ergo, the president's body could not have been hidden inside of it. Ayah! It seems I was able to refute Agent Lang's reasoning. As per usual. Someone needs to go investigate Blaze's house right now, pal! We need to know what was inside that bag. Yes, sir. Y'all pipe down and listen up. Y'all just been saying whatever works best for y'all. And the noisy one returns. That there is the footprints of the mighty Mozilla. They ain't just some random hose dug up by that old coot. I believe the true nature of these footprints has already been proven quite logically. Logic schmogic, I ain't buying it. Say what you want, but I know what I saw, and I saw Mozilla. Is she referring to how she saw Mozilla out the window of the Grand Tower? Preposterous. Upon our journalist souls, we ain't having none of it. That statement is an insult to journalists everywhere. Ah, that's right. There's more to the monsters than just those footprints. I remember hearing that Sunny over there was seen with the monster earlier. I reckon that gal over there said she witnessed it herself. When these two are together, all meaningful talk grinds to a halt. If we only knew what the monster really was, I think those two would quiet down. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do? The monster's true identity. We don't have much choice. Let's see what we can do. Isn't there something y'all ain't telling us about the monster? Nicole, ask him. Ask him right now. I heard you clearly myself. Please settle down. Regarding the true identity of that monster, I already know what it is. What'd you say? That's right. The video John recorded provided the hint that I needed. What you talking about? Why'd they switch places? Miss Nichols saw Gordy.
when she went to check up on John's practice. That time she mistook something for Gordy. The monster can be seen in this photograph. What? Ain't that just some plain old souvenir photo? Y'all look, y'all don't really think you can pull the wool over the eyes of a pro like me, do you? What did Miss Nichols really see that she mistook for Gordy? Naturally, Gordy's true identity was this camera crane. What? The video John recorded was shot from fairly high up. A shot from this position would be impossible without a camera crane. But there ain't no way Miss Nichols would mistake a camera crane for Gordy. I wonder about that. Miss Nichols? Yes? Earlier you said the prescription for your glasses didn't match your eyesight anymore, correct? Yes, lately it seems like my eyesight has suddenly gotten a lot worse. So would you say that you weren't able to see Gordy very clearly in the dark? That's right. Its silhouette was all I could make out. But remember what Miss Nichols said? And I quote, its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile. Camera cranes ain't got no flesh on them, let alone skin. It's just a bare steel frame. That is certainly true, at least in the case of this photo. However, last night it did have skin. Y'all just doing whatever you can get in the way of... Wait, y'all just doing whatever you can to get in the way of a big scoop, ain't you? That was not my intention, but since I've come this far, it's time to put an end to your nonsense. Gordy's skin is right before our very eyes. This is the skin of Gordy that Miss Nichols saw.
Take that.
They say they cover it every night. As Miss Nichols stated in her testimony, it looked like it was going to rain last night. Well, it never actually rained. John still covered the camera crane with a rainproof sheet, which, to Miss Nichols, looked like a monster's skin. What? Y'all gotta be kidding me. Isn't that right, John? Man, you saw through it all. Not bad, old man. Unfortunately, the Gordy that Miss Nichols saw was nothing more than an illusion. Not again. It's like my dream has shriveled up and died once again. Mentor! Seems like things have finally settled down. I really thought the boy was hiding something from me. Guess I had it all wrong. Now that we've figured that out, everyone seems refreshed. Actually, there's two people here who are totally bummed out. Agent Lang. Lang. The report is in, sir. We've got results of President Wang's autopsy. Good, show it to me. Contusions and bone fractures found across the body, resulting from tremendous pressure. So this was the cause of death. In other words, he was crushed to death. I thought as much. The yellow stain on his chest is currently under investigation. It seems that gunpowder residue was found on his right hand. Sunflower residue? I didn't know the president was into gardening. No, gunpowder residue. Traces of it are left behind when a gun is fired. Since it has been found on his right hand, it's possible that the president fired a gun. A gun, huh? We didn't find any guns when we investigated this area. Unexplained gunpowder residue? I'll have to look over the autopsy report later. Now then, Agent Lang, seems we have our answer. The president did not die from falling off the roof of the Grand Tower. Rather, he died from being crushed under Mozilla's head. I can't deny it. Looks like your logic was right after all. This means the suspicions surrounding Miss Courtney should be cleared up, right? Yes, not only the cause of death, but the time of death proves her innocence as well. Judge Courtney met with the president 2 nights ago. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Assuming it doesn't get updated, Mozilla's head was Mozilla's head also fell last night. It matches up perfectly. That's a relief. Isn't it a bit too early to be relieved? Agent Long? The president died after being crushed by the Mozilla's head. That I will admit. But the problem is, who was responsible for the falling head? Mozilla's head fell last night, and last night, the one who was at the film lot was...
Overruled.
What are you saying? Surely you're not implying... That's right. You killed him, didn't you? John Marsh. That pup is hiding something. He was at the scene where the body was discovered last night. He also saw the footprints. And despite that, he still claims to know absolutely nothing about the incident. Isn't that a bit too convenient? These footprint-shaped holes have not been proven to be related to the case. Just because he saw the holes doesn't necessarily mean that he's involved in the incident. You sure about that? Take a look at the pup's face. He's gonna faint from dehydration losing all that sweat. Looks pretty shaken up to me. Looks like he hit the mark, but John doesn't want to talk about it. If he doesn't feel like talking, then I have an idea of my own. Let's check the tape. Agent Lang, what is your intention? The police have a device that lets you analyze video footage up close and personal. Agent Lang, you would suspect John enough to go that far? As long as John's lips are sealed, this may be the only way for us to get closer to the truth. See you, Tom. Detective Gumshoe, if I'm not mistaken, you have that device with you, correct? Mr. Analysis is ready to go, sir. Now we're talking. Prosecutor Edgeworth, would you please perform the video's analysis for us? She wants me to do it. Who knows what kind of faults that wolf man will find in it? This isn't exactly my strong suit, but I suppose I have no choice. Are there any new clues shown on the video? This is... What's the matter? I want to see too! Ah! Hey, what's wrong? Show it to me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I request you submit the evidence to the court. Please take a look at the top right corner of the zoomed-in video. This person is... the president! Impossible! Huh? No way! It seems we finally found it at last, the evidence that points to the true killer. This video places John at a major disadvantage. You're wrong, that's not right. I didn't know anything about this. Well, that's not gonna cut it. It's clear that you and the victim were together at the same place where his body was later found. John Marsh, there's no doubt. You killed the president. No, this can't be. Why would you? John, please don't tell me. Did you really kill the president? Mr. Edgeworth, is this really decisive evidence? Decisive is an overused word in these games. Mr. Prosecutor, looks like even you can't object to this. That pup said he didn't know anything, right? And yet the president's right here in the video. John, what are you hiding? John, please tell us the truth. Yeah, coming from the person that won't tell us what she met the president for. The truth is, it's all my fault. John Marsh, what did you do? Mozilla's head falling was all my fault. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Mozilla's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president, lying dead on the ground. How can that be? I see. There were indeed traces that something had caught fire on the rooftop. It was just a small fire, so I was able to put it out by myself. So, the president's death was John's fault? But wouldn't that make this an accident, sir? And then, what did you do with the fallen head? It would make it an accident. Negligence. I took it apart, brought the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together. So you put out the fire and even put the fallen head back on the roof? Which means you were hiding evidence. We can't be having that, you naughty little pup. That's a very serious crime. I didn't do it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater. The legs broke, the stand would have tilted. If Mozilla's head was on top of the stand, it would have fallen off. So, the head fell down because of the fire. So the head fell down because of the fire? Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. It seems someone is lacking in safety awareness. Was it really just an accident? If that's the truth, then what was the president doing here? I don't know. There was no one else around when I was there. You expect me to believe that? The president wouldn't have just come to a place like this without a reason, you know? Indeed, the president's reason for coming here is still a huge mystery. 2 nights ago, he met with Judge Courtney on the roof of the Grand Tower. And last night, he was here at the Philmont. Did he meet with John? I'll have to listen to John's testimony very carefully. What would happen to a 13-year-old in this situation? You wouldn't be tried in adult court for murder, I can tell you that, or even manslaughter or reckless homicide or anything like that. Well, let me check. In Wisconsin, there would be, because Wisconsin doesn't have manslaughter. Like a lot of other states do, for some reason. So, okay, so this is the really interesting part. So it's involuntary manslaughter at worst, because there was no intent to kill. He wasn't even aware that the dude was there. The primary difference between involuntary manslaughter and an accidental death is whether the act that led to the death was lawful or not. Now, this is something where I'm honestly not sure if, like, say, a safety violation that he committed by turning the heater on next to that gas tank and whatever would be considered an unlawful act. I can't answer that because I'm not really sure how that works. But if it would not be deemed to have been an unlawful act, then it'd just be an accidental killing. However, again, because of the accidental nature, regardless of whether the act was lawful or not, of the crime, it's still much more likely that if he were charged with a crime, he would be charged in juvenile court, and he'd probably would be in juvie for a while. But again, that's only if it was deemed that he was doing an unlawful act. If he wasn't doing anything unlawful, they'll probably just say, well, it was an accident. And what would happen then is that the family of the deceased would probably file a wrongful death civil suit against the production company and sue them for millions and millions of dollars. Can something be negligence if the person dying wasn't legally supposed to be there in the first place? Now that's tough. Because even if he wasn't supposed to be there, if not but for John's negligent application of the heater, which he wasn't supposed to do either, it could still be. In civil cases in Wisconsin has something called comparative negligence, where they actually apply the amount of negligence to both parties, and that will determine what the ultimate result of the case is. So, like, in a civil action here, they would compare the negligence of John versus the negligence of the president. Just standing where he wasn't supposed to be in the dark. But criminal negligence is a little different. There isn't that, like, straightforward percentage application, as far as I know. I mean, you were conducting an unlawful act. Well, no, that's really interesting. I'm not sure. That's a really interesting scenario. Is suicide an unlawful act? I'm honest, that's not something I've ever thought about before. I mean, we know in various religious beliefs it is, but I mean, like, as far as US law goes. I guess you could, even without taking suicide into consideration, you could say that firing the gun was reckless endangerment with like the use of a firearm or whatever. There's various reckless statutes that could fall under. And because it would be reckless, it would still be involuntary manslaughter, yes. Because reckless, it'd be similar to reckless driving. Is that if you're doing something that was considered unlawfully reckless, then it would generally be tied back to involuntary manslaughter, yeah. $10 to $15. Okay. Hiding evidence is obstruction of justice. That's evidence tampering that's a yeah. That would be problematic, regardless. But I'm still not sure he would get charged in adult court for that. It's not always a given as to which one the kid would be placed in. Remember, if he only gets put in juvenile detention, they can only hold him till he's 18, and then he gets released. If he gets sentenced through juvenile court, tried and sentenced in juvenile court. But yeah, there's some weird things that are like you don't think are crimes, but are actually crimes. Like adultery is a crime. Cheating on your spouse is a felony in Wisconsin. A felony. So it wouldn't have surprised me if suicide would also be considered a criminal felony. But even though it's listed as a criminal felony, it's never enforced. It's a law that is never, ever, ever enforced in practice. Okay, setting up equipment on the roof. I used the heater. For that, I went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. My mom called me, so I left the film lot. I came back to the lot, the phone call was over, so his head that was on the roof had fallen. Right next to it was the president lying dead on the ground. Wouldn't the head still have been on top of him? I guess maybe not. Was there any indication that the head was about to fall? I don't know. I was focused on my rehearsal. So you forgot to turn off the heater, which led to the fire on the roof. I would think you should have at least heard something. Heard something? Oh, I was wearing headphones, so... Headphones? Listening to the movie soundtrack helps me get into the scene. I had it on full blast, that's why I didn't hear anything. And yet you noticed your mother's incoming call? I had my phone on vibrate, old man. That's how I noticed. Anyways, the head had fallen.
Yeah, those are all very reasonable explanations.
Would it have rolled though? I guess if it fell at an odd angle,
Then the force would have caused it to like move more, right? I guess I was just thinking about it as like falling flat on him.
but that's not necessarily the case. Rub mode. What was the state of the body? I didn't get a good look, because it was dark. He's suddenly become as quiet as a mouse. I guess John doesn't really want to remember anything about the body. Is that the only reason he's gone so quiet? Should I press him for more details? You didn't get a good look? Then how did you know he was dead? That's, well... He's clearly shaken. He must be hiding something. Wouldn't you normally call for help if you see someone collapse on the ground? However, you did nothing of the sort. But he was already dead. Is that so? You seem quite certain that the president was already dead. Now, is there a reason for that, I wonder? The guy was collapsed on the ground, and right next to him was the fallen monster's head. I'm not stupid. It wasn't hard to imagine what happened. You can imagine whatever you want, but there was no way for you to know that he was dead. You actually checked to make sure the president was dead, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. I was scared, but I got up close to the body and checked to see if he was breathing. I thought as much. However, why would he hide that? There must be a reason. Please tell me the state of the body at the time. At first, I didn't know he was dead. I would have realized sooner if there had been any blood. But there wasn't a single drop, and his clothes were completely spotless. Either way, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was already dead. Would you please append those statements to your testimony? It is odd that there is no blood, and that the clothes were spotless. That's because the head didn't actually fall on him. But how to show that? How to show that? How to show that? Wait a second. Oh, we can't see that. Zoom in again. Tremendous pressure. Yellow stain on his suit couldn't be analyzed. His clothes were spotless. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that, old man? John, it's painfully obvious that you are desperately trying to hide something from me. What are you going on about? I'm not hiding anything. You are hiding something about this yellow stain on the president's clothes, correct? Why did you leave it entirely out of your testimony? The fact that you made no mention of it only serves to cast more suspicion upon yourself. That's because... I hope you have a convicting. I hope you have a convincing explanation. Judge Courtney? Allow me to explain. Why are you... The yellow stain left on the president's chest was almost certainly lion lily pollen. Lion lily? When I met with the president on the roof of the Grand Tower 2 nights ago, I brought him a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies are beautiful flowers with stunning golden petals. Some of the pollen from the lilies must have gotten on the president's suit. Huh? But... I didn't see any lilies in the security footage, though. They were simply obscured by the president's body. Why did you bring a bouquet? That's... I cannot say. Were you guys fucking in the trap door room or whatever? And you can't say why? What the... He's dead. Hey, you're keeping way too many secrets. You won't tell us why you met with the president or the reason you brought him flowers? My apologies. However, I did give him the bouquet. That much is true. But when the president's body was discovered, we didn't find any flowers. I honestly don't know how that could be. Ha! Hey, Miss Judge. All your answers have been too vague. Not ambiguous. You can't say this and you don't know that. Do you accept flimsy testimony like that in your trials? Hey, cut it out! John, I threw the flowers away. You threw them away? So there were flowers near the body when you found it? Yeah, that's right. They were right on top of the president's body. They had been crushed as flat as pancakes, though. I see, so the flowers were squashed by Mozilla's head, too. And a large amount of pollen got stuck to the president's suit. That seems to be the gist of it. However, why did you go out of your way to dispose of the flowers? No reason. Bruh! So John's not gonna tell us anything either. I guess mother and son both have a lot of secrets, huh? That is not true. At the very least, I can tell you why John threw away those flowers. Huh? John, you saw me leaving the house with those flowers in hand, did you not? I get it! John saw the flowers and thought of his mom. He threw them away in order to protect Judge Courtney from being suspected. That's not true! You're all wrong! That was his worst lie yet. I don't give a shit about my mom! Ah! I often decorate our house with those flowers. The bouquet must have reminded him of me. So the pup just happens to find the flowers from his mother's bouquet on top of the body. That's why he threw them away and kept silent about the body? Ha! That's a tidy little story if I've ever heard one. What's wrong with that? I suppose you prefer untidy, messy stories, Agent Lang? Don't tell me you've forgotten already, Missy. This pup confessed that he caused the monster's head to fall last night. Oh, that's true, but... He's currently the only suspect in the president's murder. Is it true that there are many reasons to suspect John? However, there is something other than John who is there's someone other than John who is far more suspicious. What'd you say? John himself was kidnapped by that very person not too long ago. And we rescued him from the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor. Oh, we rescued him near the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor, pal. A refrigerated warehouse? That's right, pal. The refrigeration wasn't turned on, so he wasn't about to freeze to death. But if he hadn't yelled out for help, we would never have found him. Once the sleeping drugs wore off, he was finally able to call out for help. Sleeping drugs, huh? I remember, if I recall correctly, when you were kidnapped. That's right! There was a bottle lying on the floor of the refrigerated warehouse. I think it was the same thing that was used on me not too long ago. Sleep Ziz! That Sleepy Ziz stuff! It's super powerful! It's super effective. How about it, Agent Lang? John is clearly a victim. There is a mastermind at work behind the scenes of this case. I don't know anything about this so-called mastermind. You say they were here last night? I still don't know for sure yet. Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Indeed, I still don't have any evidence that ties the mastermind to this murder. Is there someone else? Is there anyone besides John who had the opportunity to murder the president? That's it. As I thought. In the end, that pup is our only suspect. Didn't we just talk about how somebody else was at the fucking crime scene? Isn't there one more suspect, Agent Lung? What's this? Whose birthday is it? Happy birthday, whoever it is. I just see people saying happy birthday. I'm not sure who it's to. Show yourself to me. Do you guys see that? Do you guys see that? You see the error, right? Oh, happy birthday, Athena. The error. Because if this was true, then I'd have to say the lines like this. Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night there was one more person here. Or, did we prove it earlier? Last night there was one more person here. Apparently Edgeworth had a name change. Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night there was one more person here. Blaze the best. You're saying he's the one who did it? Last night, John was not alone. Blaze the Best was here too. I mean, considering the amount of dialogue this game has, and a lot of off-screen dialogue, I say that one error is within acceptable margins. Last night, John was not alone. Blaze the Best was here too. Shouldn't we consider him to be a new suspect? Blaze the Best killed the president? It's entirely possible. Blaze the Best can't be the same guy from 12 years ago? 12 years ago? It keeps popping up. No, I mean, I'd rather have had it already patched than have to get the other version and have it not patched and have to do all that. I'll deal with that one error, or the, like, handful of errors throughout 40 plus hours of gameplay. Well, for me it's longer because I'm streaming, obviously, but... Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? Nothing that concerns you. Nobody wants to fucking talk to me today. Jesus. On the contrary, it might just have some sort of connection with the case. And I suppose you have some proof, Mr. Prosecutor? Show me evidence that there's a connection between this case and the one 12 years ago. Evidence, you say? You don't have any evidence, then there's no point in talking about it. Is there any evidence that connects this case with what happened 12 years ago?
Take that!
This is a report written by Patricia Rowland to Blaze the Best regarding Knightley. Please read this part here. I think he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago. That's not all. Take a look at this as well. This letter was sent to Jill Crane, who was murdered 2 days ago. Although the sender is currently unknown, here, it is written as follows. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. What? 12 years ago? Agent Long? Something big is happening here. Jill Crane's murder 2 days ago, and now the president's murder today. There has to be some connection there. And the key to solving it lies in what happened 12 years ago. See, now it's not, it's been 12 or 18 years, it's 12 years ago, ... Or what happened 12 years ago. You're asking me to reopen the old wounds of the Lang clan? Agent Lang, I beg of you. Who was that just now? Shifu. You guys, what are you all doing here? We followed you here, Shifu. I forgot what voice I gave this. We heard that Shifu was investigating the incident from 12 years ago. You idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your own posts. Sir, we can't do that. What'd you say? Are you disobeying my order? Shifu, we also beg of you. Reinvestigate the SS5 incident from 12 years ago. None of us could ever forget that case. We know you feel the same way, Shifu. Agent Lang, even your former subordinates desire to reinvestigate the case. And you think you can solve the mysteries of that case? Perhaps I can, with your help. I got it. I accept your invitation. Shifu, Shifu, Shifu! Now then, with that decided, I guess it's my turn to shine. Okay. We're investigating a case from the past, right? And guess what the best tool for that is? The little Mr. Thief. Right, if we have the case files from the past case, I can recreate it. Unfortunately, I don't have those case files. Huh? What do you mean? Access to those case files is restricted. It's being treated as highly classified information. Why is that? I don't know, but it seems like there was a lot of things that they wanted to keep hidden. Even what I know is limited to what was published in the newspapers back then. That will not be a problem. In any case, please tell us what you know. Sure. Trep, is the next part is it a to be continued part, or is there a better, or is there like a different indicator? Probably in a Zoom call. Blaze it. We need to lure. Somebody use a lure so we can get a wild Trep to appear. Like, it's possible that it wasn't a to be continued, but I don't know what he had in mind. To this music, right, Volpe?
That's what I'm trying to check. I don't know if Trep thought I should get through this part. Trep helping me pace everything, so we get done within a reasonable amount of streams. And because I need people to get on me. Around here? Okay. Good job, Lugia. That lure worked. The wild Trep appeared. Oh, wow, really? I thought if we got a bunch of progress done next stream and then I would still have another stream. Okay. Well, I guess we said at least 3 streams, right? So yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Okay. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. You all's dudes use. Thank you to Dr. Terry for rejoining the student body. Much appreciated. I will be back Friday with this. With this. Yeah? Yeah, right? It's not members night. Well, we'll definitely have this on Friday. So we'll do that on we'll do this again on Friday, and then yeah, KY tomorrow. And then I'll be on Twitch on Saturday. So, thanks. Hope you guys had a good time. We had some interesting legal conversations. I'm sure those are always the best streams where it's like you get the legal analysis in the game and also some, off the cuff talk. Again, don't take anything I say as legal advice. Just talking about general legal principles. Yeah. All right. So I'll see you guys Friday, and until then, stream is adjourned.
Eric Bro or something.
Hello.
Yeah, exactly. Chad.
Yeah,
I've
some
never
Chad.
heard that before.
Yeah, some Chad Jedi challenges him, and he's like, "I had the high ground, bro. You can't fuck with me." And then Anakin just cuts him in half.
Oh, not cool.
This fucking sucks, bro.
Now this is the alternate universe I want to be in.
Yeah, right.
Damn. Don't you mess with us,
Down,
you
square.
punk. Die. Take this.
Jesus Christ. Nice.
Dang.
Wow.
Nice hat.
Yeah, right.
Just talking shit. Like,
Hey, the wrong one. No!
why'd you take your hand off the controller? You were flawless.
He is feeling arrogant as a
I thought it was over.
Nice hat.
Thought I'd have a moment. Fuck! Come on! You need a fucking checkpoint, man?
That was hilarious. That was worth it. So you're probably, regardless of where you drop it, you're probably gonna have to jump first. Oh,
So
no,
how
I
do
guess
you
not.
jump?
I think it's the top, the X. Yeah. There you go.
Good idea. Oh my god!